Everybody, and welcome to Forever Rugby on Forever Sports. And Leinster versus Munster in the second semi-final of the URC. Stormers versus Connacht will take place just before them. But the question is, how can you watch both this game as well as the Stormers versus Connacht game on a free broadcaster? Because both of them are being shown on a free broadcaster, which means that you'll be able to watch them both this weekend. Stormers versus Connacht is being shown on TG4, whilst Leinster versus Munster is being shown on RTE2. Both of them you don't even have to register for. You can just go onto the site and stuff like that, and they are available if you're living in the UK or Ireland. If you're outside either of these territories, however, you'll still be able to watch the action, but you'll have to use a VPN. We recommend ExpressVPN, link down in the description. And before we show you exactly what step-by-step guide on how to access it all, please do smash like on the video. Please do subscribe to the channel as well. Right, so if you go into the RTE website, this is what it'll look like if you're outside the UK or Ireland and try to watch it. It'll say this program cannot be streamed due to rights restrictions. Now, what we're going to do is we're going to go to our VPN, and you're going to go into these three little dots on the right-hand side over here, and you're going to go and select either the UK or you're going to select Ireland. And what that's going to do is basically going to geolocate your device to make it seem as if you're in these territories. And in terms of getting ExpressVPN, I recommend getting the 12-month package, because you'll first of all get an extra 3 months free, but also you're going to be able to watch the entire World Cup for free using ExpressVPN. So once that is done, you can then go back to RTE2. I've refreshed the page, and you can't see any of the action because it won't allow my screen capture. But you can hear that music is a music of one of the programs that is happening, as you can see over there. I can just show you a bit. It is currently playing, and I can pause it and press and play and stuff like that. You can change the quality over here. It'll automatically go to the highest. You can your buffer and stuff like that. So it is currently playing on my screen because I'm connected with a VPN. If you have any questions, please do smash a like on the video. Please do subscribe to the channel as well. It's a step-by-step guide in the description. We'll see you guys live for both these games this weekend. So I hope to see you there. Please do subscribe to the channel as well. And thank you very much for watching. My name is Stephen, and I'll chat to you soon. And we are live. Hello, everybody, and welcome to Forever Rugby on Forever Sports. It is a Monday. It's a pretty miserable day over here in Jovi. I think winter has almost firmly arrived. In fact, we had an absolutely ridiculous hailstorm last night. My entire bloody house flooded. So that's how much fun we're having in Johannesburg. But today we're going to have a lot more fun than what I was having last night. And we are going to be continuing our Springbok Rugby World Cup squad selection process, where you guys, the fans, are going to be choosing your Rugby World Cup squad. As you can see, we currently have 8 players on the plane to France. We've got 3 hookers and we've got 5 props. Today we're going to be adding 4 locks to the squad. And it'll be interesting to see whether they're the exact same locks that went last time, whether we see, maybe locks in different roles, or whether we see certain locks maybe not going, maybe some other locks going. It's an interesting position in the Springboks, because as a team that really enjoyed to deploy a 6-2 split, we were a team that played 4 locks throughout the entire Rugby World Cup in 2019. So in that sort of circumstance, within that sort of formula and that model, this is a very important position. And as I say, what was interesting is that last World Cup, we took 4 locks and played all of them basically the entire time. Will this be a similar sort of situation? Are we going to see is Frank Mostert, for example, considered a lock? Is he considered a loose forward these days? He's playing a lot in the number 7 jersey. The Springboks would call him a utility forward. And so it's difficult for us, to sort of really decide our sort of makeup of the squad, considering the fact that, do we consider players utility forwards? How many utility forwards do we take, for example? And how do we pull the squad up? So basically how we've been doing this is we've been sort of basing it on the 2019 Rugby World Cup squad format, and then we've got space for an extra 2 players because there are bigger squads. So as a result, basically what we're going to be doing is we're going to be doing our next episode on Wednesday. That will then be our loose forwards, and at the end of that, of our loose forwards, we will then be adding an extra additional forward. As I said, it was a 31-man squad back 2019. It will be a 33-man squad in France this year. So an extra 2 spots are available The question is, who will take those extra 2 spots, and what sort of positions will they take it as well? So in 2019, we took Lourdes Diagi, Eben Etzebeth, Franco Moster, and Archie Snyman. We then took 5 loose forwards in Dwayne Muir, Quacker Smith, Francois Lowe, Sia Khaleesi, and Peter Steph-Toy. So if you look, for example, the final, the only players not involved in all the ones just mentioned over there was Quacker Smith, actually, because Khaleesi, Peter Steph-Toy, and Dwayne Muir all started. Francois Lowe came off the bench. We had 2 locks starting, we had 2 locks on the bench. So it's interesting when you think we had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. We had 9 players across, lock and flank, and 8 of them were all involved in the final. As a Quack Smith, the only one that wasn't involved. And I think that he will be involved this year, to be honest, when we start to look at our final 23s. So it's an interesting decision in terms of the makeup of the squad and how we sort of go about that. The big one for me is deciding what to happen with Archie Snyman, because he has not played. He's not played for South Africa, I think, since the World Cup, potentially. And he's just, because he obviously had the burn and stuff like that. So I actually don't think he has played for South Africa since the World Cup. So, we're now talking about having, I think, 6 games before the World Cup. Do we risk taking him? Do we risk taking? Do we risk him coming back into international rugby? The last time he did play for Springboks, was that World Cup final back in Yokohama. So he hasn't played an international rugby match in 4 years. He's barely played this season. He's starting to come back and looking pretty good. He's looking a lot better, but it's taken him a long time to come back. The probably big sort of question mark over is, if you take him and he breaks down, is there a viable replacement? Who is the viable replacement? I think last year, at the end of the year, we wanted to try and see what Jason Jenkins was all about. The last couple of years, we wanted to see what Salman Murat was all about. And Salman Murat has now been injured for the entire season, so it's kind of taking him out the running. Jason Jenkins wasn't particularly impressive at the end of the year last year. So I don't think he really did his sort of ambitions much good. Ruan Nokia has been around, but maybe it wasn't really sort of shooting the lights out. And Marvin Ory's actually become the next sort of go-to player. And the thing with Marvin Ory is that he won't let you down. He's a very solid player. He's a very good line-out operator. Gets through a lot of hard work rate, but he's nothing flair. It's not Archie Snyman who can bring in a big off-player game, for example, and really, really physical, gets over the advantage line. He's a physical freak. We're talking about a guy who, it stands at, about 205 or something like that? 206, and weighs 117 kgs and runs around like a backline player. So he's a very unique type of player, and I think on his day, he can be one of the best locks in the world. He hasn't played a lot of rugby. He hasn't played a lot of rugby since, he's played 9 matches for Munster, and he made the move to there in 2020. So he's been there for, this is his 3rd sort of season, supposedly his 3rd season for him, and he's played 9 matches for them. That's basically all the rugby he's played post-World Cup. So that sort of shows you how little rugby he has played in the last couple of years. But given how good he is he worth the risk? And that's what you guys get to decide. But before we do that, please do smash like on the video. Please do subscribe to the channel if you're new. Very cool news is that we are well and truly past that 24,500 subscriber mark. We're actually past the 24,750 mark, which means we are less than 250 people away from 25,000 subscribers, which is the big mark we want to get to before the international season. And I'd like to be at 30,000 subscribers before the World Cup. And during the World Cup, well, let's see, shall we? I really think that during the World Cup, we're going to absolutely fly, because you guys have built up a very cool community. We have got incredible plans for the World Cup. I cannot wait to start sharing with you in the next couple of months with you guys. It's going to be a lot of fun. I actually get very, I start shaking. I start tingling, when you start to think about what we've got planned for the World Cup. And I think you guys are going to absolutely love some of the coverage we're going to do. So that's going to be very cool. But to be able to do what we want to be able to do, we need your support. So if you are new to the channel, subscribe to the channel. If you are not new to the channel, turn your notifications on. If you've done all of that, smash like on the video. If you've done all of that, thanks to you. Thank you. But let's get to it, shall we? Now, a couple of very straightforward questions who is the first lock in the squad. And we're going to put those 4 players into it. We're going to be putting Eben Etzebeth. We're going to be putting in Franco Mostert, who, again, is he the lock these days? I mean, they're now listed as a utility forward, but we don't really have space. We don't really have a set number of utility forwards we're taking, for example. So I'm going to put him in the lock conversation. If we don't want, we can always put another lock in, for example. If we then consider we're locked short. So I'm going to put those options in. And I believe we probably know who's going to be taking that first spot on the plane. But those are the 4 options. Now, Eben Etzebeth is currently not available. He was currently not fit, but is set to be ready for the start of the Rugby Championship in July. So he is supposedly not an injury concern as far as the World Cup and the Springboks are concerned, I suppose is the word. But yeah, so he was out for the rest of the season, but the rest of the Shark season was sort of the end of the URC, which was end of May. So he's still got now the rest of May and the full June to be able to get back to full fitness. The first game is against the Wallabies on that first weekend of July. I think it's the 7th of July it is. 8th of July. That's our first game of the season against the Wallabies at Loftus, which has sold out, by the way. Fun fact. So that is the situation with Eben Etzebeth. So he is expected to be available, as is Tia Khaleesi, who seems to be, very much in a race against time, but in a positive race against time, which is very cool. So as soon as we get more information about that, we will update you. But yes, so we've got 9 votes. We've got 60 people. I want to try and get up to sort of 12, 13 votes. People, please do get voting. Please do go and add your 2 cents so that we can get as many people's opinions and votes and stances as possible. Because at the end of the day, this is all your guys' thing. And if you guys don't respond, then we don't have a show. We don't have a team to do. So it does require you guys getting involved here and voting in the poll. Otherwise, this entire sort of point is mute. So in the meantime, I'm going to go to some of the comments. So Judge Rock Up TV saying Archie must go. Timon Bolson says, I don't think Archie should go if he has played so little rugby. Michelle's saying he's played with most of our current box before and he is super fit. If he can join the camp ASAP, I think he'll fit in quickly. But one dude is saying Archie has a huge injury concern. If he is fit and has had enough game time, then he can be considered. Otherwise, Marvin Orie should be picked ahead of him. Well, my gut says I think that will be the final vote for the number 4 position. The 4th lock, not the number 4 position. Who will go between Marvin Orie and Archie Snyman. Salman Murat could come into the conversation. Ruan Akia comes into the conversation. You look at the Dan Dupree and Jean-Luc Dupree. One of them can play lock. Do they come into the question? Jason Jenkins, playing for Leinster, does he come into the conversation? Any other sort of options? Ruan Akia obviously is one. Cabran Cobbler's been pretty well. I think he would be on the radar. But probably, we're not going to see new locks, I don't think. You haven't been playing within the Springbok setup or SAA setup in the last 12 months, I think, being involved. So we've got 14 votes, so I'm happy to be finished there, given how dominant it is. Eben Etzebeth, shock and horror. Who would have thought? The Springbok Centurion, Eben Etzebeth, is the first name on the team sheet for our lock processes here. And he will be going to the World Cup. Who would have thought? Who would have thought? So let's go and add that, shall we? And that's updated. Right, there we go. We've got our first lock onto the plane. And so Eben Etzebeth will be going. Right, let's do that again, shall we? But I need a 4th lock to throw into the equation because we've got to do votes over 4. So who is the 2nd lock to be added to the squad? Now, we can't have Eben Etzebeth's name there. So we're going to add in Lut Diaga. We're going to add in Franco Mostert. We're going to add in, or Sos is known. We're going to add in Arceus Neyman. And then who's the other option? Are we going to put in, somebody mentioned Marvin Orie, who does seem to be playing quite a bit recently. So I'm probably going to add him in. And we can look at adding other people once we whittle down the next 2, I think. So there we go. That's the next poll. Who's the 2nd person who is potentially going to be starting next to Eben Etzebeth, for example. But right now it's more about just who's joining him on the plane. Who's going to be cramped up, and he's going to be using all that leg room on the plane. We've got our tall lads in here. So Eben Etzebeth is name number 1. The question is, who will be name number 2? as we start to build a 33-man squad. We've up to 9. This will be our 10th member of the squad, so almost a third of the way through. As I said, we will be completing our pack on Wednesday. Then next week we will be doing scrum halves, fly halves. Week after we will be doing centers and outside backs, and then we'll have a 33-man squad, and then we're going to be doing a whole separate episode in terms of who will start in each position, and we're going to build a 23. We'll probably have to do things like, are we going to be doing a 6-2 split? Are we going to be doing a 5-3 split? And I'm very, very keen to see how we do sort of build our, not only our squad, but then how we build our final 23. And basically, it's going to be a 23. If you were to play in the final tomorrow, who starts? What's the 23 for the final? That's kind of the attitude we're going to be taking when we do that stream over there. Right, we've got 17 votes. See if we can get up to 20 votes before we break it down. I've got no idea how evidence recovery is going. There's been very little coming out from it. But yeah, all signs point to him being available for the box come Wallabies. Matthew say we may need a wild card. Michelle saying, question, if Shayman does not get picked for the box, can he be picked for Ireland, or is he not allowed? No, he's not allowed. He doesn't qualify for Ireland at all. Yeah, it's got no links there whatsoever. So he's tied down to South Africa, so you don't have to worry about that kind of situation, for example. So he is tied to the box. Up to 17 votes. Come on, we need 3 more votes to get that 20 mark. Let's see if we can get there. Although it does look like we've pretty much got it all kind of sort of knuckled down on who's going to be going. I'd just like to see some more votes. I'd like to see more interaction from the people. There are far too many people lurking in the comments, not voting, not being involved. Which I guess is fine. Manit said, Evan, Lut, Franco are clear. So going with the same 4 that we went in the 2019 World Cup. We're up to 18 votes. I'm going to end it there because we've got a clear winner. So it looks like lock number 2 in the squad is going to be Lut de Jager. Played very good rugby. Very, very good rugby for the Boks in the last couple of years. So he becomes player number 10 in our squad as it starts to really take shape. The next thing we're going to do is I need 2 more. So we're going to do the thing. We need to replace Lut de Jager in the conversation. So Franco Mostert, who is the 3rd lock in the squad. And throw in Franco Mostert. So I'm going to need... Now this is the time. Start giving me a 4th option here, people. Arkia Sneyman is going in there. Marvin Ori is going in there. Now we need an additional option. Options include for me like a Ruan Nokia, Jason Jenkins, Darnell's now putting out a JJ from the meshed, which is very outside of pick I would say. Manat saying Ruan Nokia. Yeah, I think now Clinton saying so Jean-Luc Dupré there, Jason Jenkins then coming up, a couple of options there. I think that's a second one for Ruan Nokia. I'll tell you who I think's been playing some pretty good rugby is Ruan from Ark actually. For the Bulls, I think that he's looked really, really good, and I think that if he keeps playing like that, I think could be a very interesting option moving forward because he's getting over the advantage line. I think he's been carrying very well. He's been playing an enforcer role. 25 years old. He's 2 meters tall, 118 kg, so he's not the tallest lock in the world, but he's pretty physical. Pretty bleak that he left the Lions, but he's playing pretty good rugby for the Bulls. Yeah, nice big solid carrier and very good tackler as well. So I've got 2 nominations for Ruan from Ark, 2 nominations for Jean-Luc Dupré, to be fair. So let's know Ruan from Ark. I mean, Ruan not care. It looks like then Jean-Luc Dupré could be coming into the option for that final spot. So there we go. Who is the 3rd lock in the squad? That's going out there now. You guys can get voting, and again, I want to try and see if we can get to at least 20. There's no ways that's load shedding again. We haven't had power the entire bloody day. No, it's not. When do it? 6 to 10. I mean, what am I supposed to do with my life in a 4-hour block like that? It sucks. Tomorrow as well. 9 hours. I mean, on Wednesday, I've got 11.5 hours of load shedding. 11.5 hours of load shedding. They do not respect us in this country. It has come back, though. Good news is, so I'm not actually counting load shedding. Anyway, yeah, so we're going to name 4 locks. That is the plan. We're going to name 4 locks in the squad. And then there'll be an opportunity for us to add an additional forward once we picked our loose forward. So that could be an additional lock, for example. It could be an additional loose forward. It could be an additional prop. It could be anyone, really. That is the plan. We've got 14 votes going here. I want to get to at least 20 votes here, people. Who were the options for hooker in the last pick? I think it was Dweber, Krobler, Akafanamurva, and... I don't want to lie to you. Did we only have 3 options? I think you might have only... I think JJ Kotze might have been there. Andre Hugo Fenter wasn't an option. So I think it was those ones. I don't even know if actually JJ Kotze was the option. Dion Free, there we go. That's a good point. Although I kept maintaining I wasn't really treating Dion Free as a genuine hooker's option, but hey. Yeah, let's get voting, people. Let's get voting. We're up to 16 votes here. We've got 32 people, so surely 20 votes could be on the cards here. As I was saying, Franco Monster's utility player is definitely on the plane to France, but I think we should stick with out and out locks. Well, that's the thing. So this is why I'm going with 4 locks. So, for example, if we vote Franco Monster here or in the next 2, and we take him as a lock, we could add an extra lock in that final that extra selection, or it could be an extra flank. So we've got options. But right now, I suppose we can treat him as a lock. And then we go from there. So in my opinion, Kovala should have gotten it, but Dreber's really good at the moment. Yeah, I've been quite impressed with Dreber's form in the last few days. People, I'm going to be back in a few seconds. I want to go make sure that my doors close in my flat so I don't get bloody flooding. So please just keep voting, and I'll be back in a few minutes. Right, I am back. Apologies for that. But yeah, I really didn't fancy my entire blooming flat being flooded again, which happened last night. Given the fact that apparently more thunderstorms, warmings going around. I thought I would just make sure that that's all sorted. But anyway, now we can continue with things and proceedings. We got 22 votes. I'm pretty sure I can just close it there. So we are going to end the poll there. So Franco Most is going to be the next name into the squad. And now we've got the interesting one. The title of the video, the big sort of question. Does Archie Snyman go? And this is what we're going to find out. And Matthew's saying, I rate Archie very highly, but it's hard to argue against Monster. I just really like Snyman, so tough. Angela's saying, Marvin Ory's hard as nails. He has played pretty much the whole season. We really want durability for the World Cup. It's a long tournament. Right, well, now we can have that say, shall we? So, start your poll. Who is the fourth lock in the squad? And we've got Archie Snyman. We have got Marvin Ory. Now, we had Ruan Okia in the last one. Do you want to keep Ruan Okia? And do you want to add Jean-Luc Dupré or give me another option? So we've got we've got potentially 4 options. Archie Snyman and Marvin Ory are pretty nailed down. So in terms of the options. So the question is, who are the 2 additional options? I said, would you like to put in a Ruan Okia? Would you like to put in a Manchester Cobbler? We had 2 people talking about Jean-Luc Dupré. We had somebody throwing around a Jason Jenkins. I think somebody put in a JJ from the meshed. So I'm going to keep. So I'm putting in Ruan Okia, and I now need 1 or 2 more nominations. But I need more than one person to add it. So to go and throw in your support behind either an existing chat or introduce a new one that maybe people agree with and stuff like that. So throw some names. Matthew's got in with Nokia and Jenkins. Anybody else backing that? So I'll put Nokia in. So now we're looking at one final name. So we've got Archie's name, we've got Marvin Ory, we've got Nokia as options. So the next question is, are we throwing in Jason Jenkins? Are we throwing in Jean-Luc Dupré? Are we throwing in Cobrant Cobbler? Are we throwing in JJ Van Meshed? What other options are we throwing in? Give me. So we've got somebody else for Jason Jenkins. So right now he's leading the final option. We've got one person going. Man's going for Cobrant Cobbler at the moment. But so right now Jason Jenkins has got the 2 backing. Clint's coming with a Jean-Luc Dupré. Anybody else backing a Jean-Luc Dupré option? Let me know. You guys got a minute. By right now, it's going to be Jason Jenkins as the option. 13:56. When it hits 13:57, we will. Unless there are other options which have more votes than 2, then we will be throwing in Jason Jenkins. So I'm actually going to start typing it now. If there's nobody else that pops in, then he's going to get the backing. And then we'll have 4 locks. Once again, they said Wednesday we'll be doing our loose forwards, and then we can add that an additional forwards. So if you would like to be part of that, then come and join us on Wednesday once again. The next weekend, Monday, we'll be doing scrum halves. Wednesday, we'll be doing fly halves, which is going to be a very interesting one as well. Very interested to see what people have to say about fly halves. Then we're going to be doing centers the weekend after that. And then we're going to be doing a outside back squad. And then once again, like the forwards, we'll then be throwing out a last option in the back line as well, which actually maybe it could be a forward option as well, to be fair. We'll throw that in as an option. We'll say, do you want an additional backline player or an additional forward? And you guys can decide. Maybe we want more forwards. Maybe we want more backline players. Who knows? We'll wait and see, shall we? But right, I'm still going to go with Jason Jenkins as the option. To be fair, I don't think he's really that 4th option is really in the mix for who's going to do it. But yeah, we've got 41 people voting. People over here, 41 people watching. Let's see if we can get 30 votes, shall we? 30 votes would be really, really lekker. So if you guys haven't voted, please do vote. Make this interesting, and then we can start, build our squad here. Looking at lots, right? 20 votes. So you can get 30 votes. Some people should we can get some more votes than 20. Arceus Neyman right now is leading the opportunity and leading the poll. He's ahead of Marvin Ori. Roanoke here, Jace Jacobs each with 5% at the moment. And Spiro was saying, Saif was saying, anyone remember what our front row was for the minnow pool games in the 2019 World Cup? Worried about the rotation for the big boys. May need the extra forward to be another prop. I think Thomas Toy played a bit when he replaced Trevor. Who else was one of the props that didn't? So Trevor replaced Thomas Toy. Yeah, I think Thomas Toy played once or twice, but I mean, we only had 5 props, so genuinely it was we kind of just rotated who started and who benched. Spiro says Jenkins has no experience, or he has had way more experience. He was part of the team that beat England. He was starting, so you don't put him in the squad. That's harsh. He's in good form. Well, I mean, to say that Jason Jenkins has had no experience is a bit harsh. He has played for the Springboks, albeit once. But he did play in the SAA last year. So put it this way, he has been in the setup within the last 12 months. So yeah, I mean, I think Marvin Ori has been playing really well. 20 votes, yeah, can't be. We get to 30 votes. Let's keep going. Dion will definitely be the extra forward. Reckons, Man said we'll still go to the World Cup. Well, they keep it. Nobody wants to make put the cock on the block and say yes, he is. But it does seem to be optimistically that he should be able to go. That's what we are hoping for. But we have to wait and see what happens in the next couple of months, are we? Problem is, not just it's not even just, is he going to be available in terms of like, is he going to be rugby ready? Is he going to have game time? Is he going to be able to, is he going to be in the right form, for example? It's not just as simple as, oh cool, you can pass a fitness test, therefore you should play. So it's going to be a very difficult decision to make on Sergio Lisi. We all want him to go, we need him to go, but you also don't want to compromise anything if he's not ready. Matt says management will take Ori over Sneeman. Angela says I love Prime Arc here, but he has been HIA twice in the last 2 games, a little worrying. Alice says if Dion Free is included as a hooker, then it gives the selectors an extra option at lock or loose forward. Yeah, so there is sort of that way of going about things. I'll be very surprised if they do kind of go that way, but it is an option. And that's why it's going to be quite fun to when they eventually do release the squad. We're going to do a comparison and see how we fared up against what we decided and what they decided, and whether we got how close we got. Yeah, 22 votes, people. Let's see if we can come. Should we get up to our 30? Please do keep voting. Make your opinion known. Let's see if we can get to 25 votes, maybe 30 was being too optimistic. 25 votes. Come on, there, people. There are at least 15 people in that are currently watching that haven't voted in the poll. So go and watch it. Just go to the chat, click a button. It's not hard. Those that have voted, go and smash a like on the video. Try to see if we can get as many people into the chat as possible, especially for Wednesday's one. We're going to do this again. Tomorrow we'll be live for rugby news, and then this weekend we'll be live for lots and lots of rugby action. There'll be 2 URC semi-finals. We'll be live for hopefully 3 or 4 Curry Cup games. This weekend we've got Western Province versus Lions happening on. This weekend we've got Lions versus Cheetahs. That's happening on Saturday at 5 o'clock. On Friday, we've got Pumas versus Sharks, as well as Griffins versus Western Province, with Quickers versus Bulls on Saturday as well. So, yeah, we'll be live for hopefully at least 2 Curry Cup games, and then we'll be live for URC. And the next weekend, we've got the Champions Cup final, which is Leinster versus La Rochelle. The weekend after that, we'll have the URC Grand Final, which will hopefully have the Stormers in it. From a South African perspective, we want to try and see a South African team in the final. Right, 24 votes, people. I'm going to end it there because you guys are... Yeah, well, we've got enough votes, and I think Arceus Neyman's done enough. He's done enough. So at this stage, Arceus Neyman is going to the World Cup, according to you guys. According to you guys, the fans. And there we have it. We've got 12 people now in the squad. We're going to be adding 5 loose forwards to that on Wednesday. So that'll take us up to 17. And we'll be adding an additional forward up to 18. So by Wednesday, we will have 18 out of 33 selected. Well more than half the squad. And then we will then do the backline players Next week, we'll start with scrum halves, which we're going to be selecting 3. Fly halves, we're going to be selecting. I think we only took 2 fly halves, to the last World Cup. We have the utility back, so I think maybe if you look at a third fly half option, unless Damien Williams is considered a fly half option, which I think he genuinely is actually by Springbok management, given the fact he did play in the end of year tour. Does Monty Liebach get an opportunity, for example? Well, we have to wait and see. But there we go, people. Thank you very much. That's been another Springbok Rugby World Cup squad selector. That's how our tight 5 is looking. We've got hookers, we've got props, we've got locks. Now we need the 3 back row as well, the 5 back rows that will make up the final 3 back rows. So we need to decide that in the next couple of days. That'll all be live on Wednesday, so we'll see you guys then for that. In the meantime, hopefully you guys will subscribe to the channel as well. A couple more videos coming your way. And yeah, we will see you guys tomorrow for some rugby news. Please do keep well, please do keep safe, and I'll see you guys next time. Hello and welcome to Forever Rugby on Forever Sports. And Leinster versus Munster in the second semi-final of the URC. Stormers versus Connacht will take place just before them. But the question is, how can you watch both this game as well as the Stormers versus Connacht game on a free broadcaster? Because both of them are being shown on a free broadcaster, which means that you'll be able to watch them both this weekend. Stormers versus Connacht is being shown on TG4, whilst Leinster versus Munster is being shown on RTE2. Both of them you don't even have to register for. You can just go onto the site and stuff like that, and they are available if you're living in the UK or Ireland. If you're outside either of these territories, however, you'll still be able to watch the action, but you'll have to use a VPN. We recommend ExpressVPN, link down in the description. And before we show you exactly what step-by-step guide on how to access it all, please do smash like on the video. Please do subscribe to the channel as well. Right, so if you go into the RTE website, this is what it'll look like if you're outside the UK or Ireland and try to watch it. It'll say this program cannot be streamed due to rights restrictions. Now, what we're going to do is we're going to go to our VPN, and you're going to go into these 3 little dots on the right-hand side over here, and you're going to go and select either the UK or you're going to select Ireland. And what that's going to do is basically going to geolocate your device to make it seem as if you're in these territories. And in terms of getting ExpressVPN, I recommend getting the 12-month package, because you'll first of all get an extra 3 months free, but also you're going to be able to watch the entire World Cup for free using ExpressVPN. So once that is done, you can then go back to RTE2. I've refreshed the page, and you can't see any of the action because it won't allow my screen capture. But you can hear that music is music of one of the programs that is happening, as you can see over there. I can just show you a bit. It is currently playing, and I can pause it and press and play and stuff like that. You can change the quality over here. It'll automatically go to the highest. You can your buffer and stuff like that. So it is currently playing on my screen because I'm connected with a VPN. If you have any questions, please do smash a like on the video. Please do subscribe to the channel as well. It's a step-by-step guide in the description. We'll see you guys live for both these games this weekend. So I hope to see you there. Please do subscribe to the channel as well. And thank you very much for watching. My name is Stephen, and I'll chat to you soon. And we are live. Hello and welcome to Forever Rugby on Forever Sport for today's World Cup selection show. It is time to finish the pack. It is time to get up to more than halfway in our World Cup squad build. And as you can see over there, we've got a tight 5, we've got hookers, we've got props, we've got locks. Today we are going to be doing our loose forwards, and very interested to see if there are going to be any surprise picks. And also, we'll be able to add in a third and an extra forward player who will be taking up that extra spot that we do have in the squad, courtesy of the fact that there are bigger squads this World Cup than last World Cup. Last World Cup was a 31-man squad. This year we've got a 33-man World Cup squad. So basically what's going to be happening here is we are going to be doing a vote to try and get 5 loose forwards. And then we're going to be deciding on an extra forward to add to the squad. So yeah, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17 will all be taken. and then we're going to be looking at an 18 member, and that could be anybody. That could be it could be a prop, it could be a hooker, it could be a utility forward, it could be a flank, it could be absolutely anybody. So that's going to be the vote right at the end. And then we'll have our pack. We will have our forwards. And then from next week we're going to be doing scrum offs on Monday, fly offs on Wednesday. Week after that, we'll be doing centers on Monday and wings or outside backs on the Wednesday. And then on the Thursday, we will be doing a final sort of 23 builder from the squad we have chosen. And then we have to sit and wait and find out how close we have gotten to the final squad that will be announced by the Springbok management later on this year. It'll be in August. Will be when the World Cup squad is announced. However, there should be a Springbok squad announcement hopefully happening sometime in May. So, yeah, there are 2 Springbok camps that are happening in May. And before a further one in June, before they really start their sort of big preparations for the Rugby Championship, stuff like that. So interesting to see how that sort of goes. We did do a video on the Springbok camp that is currently the players who've been invited to that Springbok camp, which is happening later this month. Doesn't feature any Stormers players, for example, because obviously they are still playing in the URC. No Premiership players, no top 14 players, because they are still playing in their season. Yeah, and then no Japanese players who are currently playing in playoff rugby and stuff like that. So any players who have finished their season, they've been invited to the lineman camps. Players that are not, have not. Shock and horror. So yes, so in terms of today, because there's quite a few interesting things. Now, the first thing we've got to decide is Siya Kolisi considered available? Now, I'm going to go with yes. At this stage, they are they're cautiously optimistic. They're not saying anything. Nobody's sort of confirming it. But I think right now the plan is that he will be available for the World Cup. I think that they are trying to do absolutely everything they can to try and make sure that it is a possibility that he will make it to the World Cup. So right now we're going to, as it stands, consider the fact that he is available because we haven't been told otherwise. So I am going to put him into the polls. Stuff like that. We are going to include him in the squad at this stage. And yeah, if you have anything different to say about that, then put it in the comments. But that is currently that's how we're going to do it. So we're going to include him at this stage. Until he's been confirmed out, we're going to consider him available. So yes, that is the plan. So we've got to try and find. If you look at our loose forwards from the last World Cup, it was Peter Toy, Siya Kolisi, Frans Holler, Kwagga Smith, Dwayne Vermeulen. So the only person that's not available is definitely not available. Frans Holler, who is retired. Everybody else is, in theory, fair game. We've then got to decide on our extra forward and where we're going to use that extra forward. Are we going to put them in the front row, second row, back row, utility forward? How are we going to use that extra spot that we do have in the squad, to make it the number 18 spot? And then we'll have more than half our squad. The next week, as I said, we're going to be we're doing scrum offs. We took 3 scrum offs last time, so we're going to take 3 scrum offs again this time. We're going to take 2 flower half. David was sort of flower for the last World Cup, which I think he really was. But yeah, so probably decide 2 flower halves next week and maybe a utility back. But yeah, should we get voting, by the way? So first things first, I think we're going to start a poll. I mean, we're probably going to. I think the easiest way to do it is to include the loose forwards that went last time. Because they're all bar Francois Lowe, because that's 4 loose forwards, and hang on, who is the first loose forward in the squad? And we're going to put in there Peter Toy. We're going to put in Siya Kolisi. We're going to put in there Dwayne Vermeulen. And we're going to put in Kwagga Smith. And then, as obviously we continue voting and certain people get voted in, they'll drop out of the poll, and then we'll have to replace them in the poll. So players like Jasper Wiese, for example, players like Evan Roos, for example, Marco Verstappen, who's been invited to a lineman camp. Those players also then come into the conversation. But right now, those are the first 4 names we're going to throw out there, and you guys can get voting. Let's get this going, shall we? Dion Franks is available. Siya should be the first loose forward to make the list. Well, there we go. You can go vote for Siya Kolisi to make him the first loose forward of the bench, if you would like, on the list. Yes, we have got the poll out. You guys can go and vote. I'd like to get to about 10 votes at least. So let's get voting. Let's get voting. And see what everybody has to say. So before people here, please just smash like on the video, by the way, as yeah, this is quite a cool video, because I said after this we will have our pack, and once we've got our forwards, you know, we can then sort of really start to look at which backline players are going to complement this monster forward pack that hopefully we have assembled, and that's going to be quite cool in itself. And then, yeah, I said once we've got the entire squad of 33, we're then going to do a stream dedicated to choosing basically a team for a World Cup final. If you would have the World Cup final tomorrow, what team would team would we select? And that's going to be interesting to see, you know, how we go about that, and again, how close we could get to choosing a squad compared to what the Springbok coaches would select. So that's where it's going to get quite fun, and we're going to be doing a video once the squad has been announced. We'll do a video to see how close we were, and whether we were on the money, whether we weren't on the money, and how much we said to know, and how much we align with the Springbok coaches. It'll be quite cool to see what their difference of opinion is compared to us at the moment. Right, so we've got a pretty 50-50 split at the moment. Well, it's 46% split after 13 votes. So we need a couple of extra votes to try and get it decided. Dion saying was a little late for the lock selections concerning the big discussion on pick Arket's name, and even if he's merely breathing and walking, he is something special. Well, it was quite controversial to some people, but he did make it into the squad. So we have him going to France. We'll have to wait and see whether the Bok coach will have him going to France. But yeah, if we were picking him, he's going to France. Right, come people, I need a separating vote here. There's 50 people watching. There's 13 votes so far, and there's neck and neck between Peter Steph, Toy, and Sia Khaleesi. So I need somebody to break the tiebreak here. You know, who's going to add that extra vote? Who's going to sort us out? What's going to happen here? Come on, lads. Get involved. I need more votes here, people. We've got one more vote. We've got 14 votes. If we can get 15 votes, then I'll close it. Oh, goodness me. We've got 15 votes. They've gone back to being even. Dear. What are we going to do? Because we've now got more votes than people currently watching. So I think what we're going to have to do is we're going to have to end the poll. And we're going to have to put up just those two and see if we can get a tie break between them. Who is the first loose forward in the squad? And we're just going to put in Sia Khaleesi. And we're just going to put in Peter Steph Dutoy. Right, now hopefully we can get a bit of a tie break between those two, because that's the first one we've actually had it. It's the first one we've had to do a Vivo, because they literally split down the middle. So that's quite fun. Let's hope that well, I would say you don't really want that to happen again, but it is quite cool to have close votes. You know, to get the boring if everything's just very straightforward and there's no drama to it, and there's no surprise selections. You know what I mean? Right, so 5 votes over here. Let's try and get back up towards that 13-14 mark. So please do get voting. Right, come on, people. And I'm trying to think of other options. Obviously, Jasper Wiese is going to come into the conversation as well. Played a lot of games recently. Evan Roos for me is an outside shout. Ulrich Lowe is an outside shout. Who else? Marco van Staden has been invited to these camps. Where Ulrich Lowe hasn't, for example. Neither is Roy Nokia, for example. So I think Marco van Staden at the moment, especially probably with the injured Sia Khaleesi being on the potential there. Dion Free is an option. You know, he is playing as a loose forward these days, so he is going to come into the conversation as well. But it's still pretty close to, yeah, we've got 12 votes. See if we get up to that 14-15 mark like we did last time. A couple of new people into the chat. So if you are new, please do go and add your vote to the poll. We are trying to decide between Sia Khaleesi and Peter Steph Dutoy and who is our first loose forward into the squad to join that current list of players. It's a pretty good squad looking so far. I think the interesting selections were Thomas Dutoy, Again, an extra spot. Joseph Davis still being backed. Arceus Neyman being back despite not too much game time. Those are probably the three more interesting ones. The other ones are pretty straightforward, and I don't think too surprising for anybody who has been watching Springbok Rugby for the last few years. Maybe I want to see if we're going to have a bit of an interesting selection here today. This is getting closer. We're 54 to 46% with 13 votes. I want to try to get to 15 votes. So please do go add your votes to the poll, and then we can close it off and add our first name to the list. It's taken quite a while. It's always taken us 12 minutes to get to one player, which is not ideal because it takes a very long show. But it is quite cool that we've got nice and close votes. So I'm really looking for 2 more votes here, people, and trying to get to 13 votes. You can get me to 13 votes, we'll close it. And 15 votes, we'll close it, and we'll add a name to the list. If it's Sia Khaleesi, we're going to put the little C next to him because we know that he is our captain. And yeah, to be fair, I think at least the next vote after this should be pretty straightforward. So we've got 14 votes. And I believe, if my maths is correct, even if the 15th vote were to go to PSJ for the toy, that Sia Khaleesi would still have enough. So I want to end the poll there. We're going to add Sia Khaleesi to the list. Right, so the first loose forward onto the plane to France is Springbok captain Sia Khaleesi. And there we go. So right now we're assuming that he is going to be fit. We hope. I mean, we cross all our fingers, and we really do hope he will be fit. But we're going to treat him as that. And we had no confirmation he's not going to be there. So until then, we're going to leave him there. Right, we've got one name onto the team sheet, squad sheet. We now need to replace him. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to put choose your next loose forward. I'm going to put in Pieter-Steph du Toit. I'm going to put in Dwayne Vermeulen. I'm going to put in Quagga Smith. And I'm going to put in Jasper Wiese as well, seeing as he's played the most after these guys in the last couple of years. So there's the next poll. Let's get voting. Again, I want to try and get to that magical 15 votes number. So we've got Pieter-Steph du Toit, Dwayne Vermeulen, Quagga Smith, Jasper Wiese. Jasper Wiese could be sort of the extra person that we're now adding into the mix from last World Cup. So he played quite a lot at 8th man. Interesting to see if people are going to be backing Jasper Wiese versus Dwayne Vermeulen for an extra spot at 8th man. Very keen to see what people are thinking about that. For me, I'd be very disappointed if Quagga Smith doesn't get a spot because I think he's been absolutely brilliant. I think he makes our final 23. To be honest, I think if we were playing a final tomorrow, he'd be on the bench. I generally do. I think he's become pretty indispensable for the Box. Such an important player in the latter stages of the game with his breakdown work and yeah, very very good scramble defense as well. So up to 13 votes, it's a bit better. I like it. We always seem to get 13 votes very quickly, and then we have to sit and wait for the extra couple. But Pieter-Steph du Toit has gone out quite strong, so let's see if we can get a couple more votes in there, and we can start building up the squad. So we're going to be 14, 15, 16, 17, and then we will have an extra player that we will add to the team as well. Right, JMC's saying I did not like Hock in the beginning, but he's just got better, gave away his cards, and now he's the perfect player to come off the bench. Yeah, I think a lot of people are coming around to that, to be fair. Yeah, I think people that watched a lot of Lions sort of rugby were very appreciative of what he can do. A lot of people were then sort of saying, well, can he do that on the international stage? And some people took a while to come around, but yeah, I do think it's a bit like Franco Monster as well. You know, some people didn't really rate him in the early stages, but Mr. Workhorse himself is just so valuable and brings so much to the park. So, yeah, we're going to have to wait and see whether he'll get a vote. But we're up to 17 votes, so I'm going to end it there. So the next name onto the list is Peter Steff the Toy. World Player of the Year back in 2019. Took a while for him to get back to sort of full fitness, but has been looking a lot better over in Japan. So here we go. Right, we're going to do another one. So the question is, who are we adding to the poll here? Giuseppe said, me too. I always remembered how he smashed him 2 meters in the air, so I never thought he had the bulk. Right, we've got to add an extra person. So who is the next loose forward? We've got Dwayne Vermeulen. We've got Kwacha Smith. We've got Jasper Wiese. Now we need to add a 4th person. So Dion Frank's saying Evan Roos. So that's if anybody else adds it there, I'm going to throw in Evan Roos. Although Dion Free as well is a good shot. So we've got Evan Roos and Dion Free. Who else is? So it's MC asks for Buthelezi. I don't think Buthelesi's got a chance of going, to be honest. He hasn't played anything. He hasn't yet played for the Springboks. So I think he will play for the Springboks. I think he'll play quite a few games for the Springboks in the future. I don't see it being right now. So at the moment, we've got one call for Evan Lewis. We've got a call for Dion Free. We've got a call for MC Buthelezi. If anybody can back up any of those calls, I'll add them to the list, and then we can get voting. So give me a shout. In fact, we're actually running out of time next. We're going to be in a press conference at 2 o'clock for the Stormers. So I'm actually going to put in Dion Free because he played. He went on the end of year tour. So I'm going to throw that out there, and I'll add Evan Lewis to the next one there. So those are our next bunch: Dwayne Vermeulen, Kwacha Smith, Jasper Wiese, Dion Free. JP says, at what point is Dwayne taking Dwayne to the World Cup, giving Vic Matfield World Cup 2015? I was hopeful and rate Dwayne so highly, but I honestly don't think he adds as much point on form other than experience. Look, he's played pretty well for Ulster throughout the season. As I said, if you look at those that URC ranking system, for example, and stuff like that, with the expected points, he ranks quite highly. So he's actually had a pretty good season. Whether he's gonna be the starter or whether he's still at the Dwayne Vermeulen standards, difficult to say. I think he had a couple of good games last season and a couple of games where he looked a little bit off the pace. I think you're going to have to play in 1 or 2 games of the Rugby Championship. I think the nice thing is that we played Jasper Wiese quite a lot. So he's quite ready to sort of step into that number 8 position if he needs to. Whereas, for example, whoever's going to be, if for example, if Siak Lisi were to not go, then we haven't really had anybody who's played in that position too much in the last couple of years. So, that becomes a little bit more complicated to replace. I do think Dwayne Vermeulen is more replaceable in terms of somebody, in terms of Jasper Wiese having played a lot more. The problem is you then lose a lot of what Dwayne Vermeulen brings. Somebody very reliable under the high ball, that ability over the ball, for example. And so sometimes, your the dynamics of the actual loose trio can change a bit because they're not. The Springbok coach staff have always been very clear that the loose trio is not additional 6, 7, 8. They've just got certain roles that they all need to cover across the 3 of them, and it doesn't really matter what numbers in your back. That's why, for example, when Kwacha Smith plays at 8th man or on the flank, he still kind of does a similar role. So at the moment we've got Dwayne Vermeulen who's leading the charge with 33%. Kwacha Smith in second place at 28%. Then Jasper Wiese, Dion Free actually before Jasper Wiese. So we've got 18 votes. If we can get to 20 votes, then I will end the poll. Three votes, right. I'm going to end the poll there. Right, so Dwayne Vermeulen there is the next name into. That's interesting. So we'll talk about him. So Dwayne Vermeulen is the next. So I'll tell you, it's our starting loose chair from Japan 2019. He is the next name into the squad. So we move up there to number 15. Right, now we need to go to the next bunch. So we're going to be going. Use the next loose forward. And we're going to be putting in Kwaka Smith. We're going to be putting in Jasper Visa. We're going to be putting in Dion Ferree. And we're going to be putting in Evan Roos. Somebody else for Evan Roos, so I'll throw him in there. So those are the next four. JNC says, Jasper's a one-trick pony, but he's so damn good at it, you got to love him. Yeah, fair enough. He's just a human wrecking ball. JP saying, not on the level of Jasper in the Premiership at this point in terms of influence in the game. Jasper and practically every Premiership team of the season based on his current form, for example. Then saying, it would be cool to have a Roos on the bench to come on with some Kwaka-style energy, but if Dwayne's playing, Jasper definitely next in line. Right, so here we go. So we've got the next loose forward that we need to try and add. It's interesting to see how these polls sort of change quite a lot. Some players who weren't getting a lot of attention earlier now getting quite a lot of attention. So Dion Ferree currently leading the vote share. Again, if we can get up to sort of about 17, 18 votes, we'll end it there. So up to 16 votes. If you can get to 17 or 18 votes, I'm going to end it. I'll end the poll there. In fact, I'm going to end it at 16. If you can get 17 votes, somebody else give me a vote and I'll end it there. So I do have to be at a press conference quite soon. So I might have to wrap it up a little bit earlier. So if anybody can give me one more vote, going once, going twice, I don't think we'll actually end up making too much of a difference. Right, so this is a very interesting one. A new face to the World Cup, if you were to go, is Dion Ferree has suddenly found himself on the plane to France. We then got space for one more loose forward, and then we need to decide an extra forward to go. So the next question is, who is the last loose forward? And we're going to throw in Kwaka Smith. We're going to throw in Jasper Visa. We're going to throw in Evan Roos. And who else do we throw in? Yeah, Kwaka Smith, Jasper Visa, Evan Roos. You can throw in Ulrich Lowe, I suppose. I'd probably mark him starting, actually. I think it's probably a good idea to throw in Mark him starting, seeing as he's actually in a Bok camp at the moment. So there we go. Choose your last loose forward, and then we're going to have to choose an extra forward to go to France. So up to 16 votes already. Let's see if we can get to 20 votes, and very interesting to see where the votes have come. It's going to be quite interesting because I think this has shown a lot of maturity from Bok fans, who I think a couple of years ago probably would never put the likes of Dion Ferree and Kwaka Smith into the mix. But we're now rewarding players based on what we're seeing on the field, and not just maybe on a profile, which is cool to see. And that's, always back to favorite sports buggers to know what's going on. You guys know what's plotting. We should just be the selectors. At the end of the day, we should just be telling Rassi and Jacques, listen, here's your squad. Just go forth and win a World Cup with it. We'll sort you out with the squad. Now you just go and train them and all that shit and stuff like that. So yeah. So 19 votes. You can give me 20 votes and I'll cut it. I'll close it off. Give me a 20 votes. Give me a 20 votes. You'll give me a 20. You'll give me a 20. You'll give me 20 votes. 20 votes, and we will have our last loose forward, and then we're going to start throwing out a few names. Who do you want to add to the extras list? Are we going to add an extra hooker, an extra prop, an extra loose forward, a utility forward, for example? Do you want an extra loose forward? What do we want in that extra player? But right now, all I want is an extra vote, although mathematically, I don't think it's any much of a difference. So actually, we're going to end it there. Right, so our last loose forward into the squad is Kwaka Smith, which now leads us to the exciting thing. We now need an additional player. Now, who do we want to add? We can now, it's gonna be any forward. Give me some names. Do you want an extra hooker? Do we want an extra prop? Do you want an extra Lock? Do you want a loose forward? Do you want a utility player? What do we want in this one? So Clinton's saying extra prop for Trevor. Who is the extra forward going to the World Cup? So I like the Trevor shot. Trevor Inyakane. Clinton's saying we're going to throw in an extra prop there. FC saying lines number 8, Frank Horn. I'd love to put him in the mix. I really would, but it's just not particularly realistic because he's never been involved with the box. So Brandon going with Evan Lewis. I'll throw in Evan Lewis in there. Anybody else here, people? JP going with I like the Jasper Wiese shot, to be fair. And the big thing is, I think, probably have to be a loose forward or a lock, potentially, because you've got somebody like Franco Master who is a utility forward. Dion Free also considered a utility forward. JP then going with Jason Jenkins as an extra lock. So at the moment, I've got Trevor Nyakani, Evan Lewis, Jasper Wiese, Jason Jenkins. Are there any other nominations there? I would put in Franco Horn. Personally, I love him, but he hasn't played for the box and hasn't been involved in any sort of box setups over the last few years. Not really an option. So fine, we're going to go throw out those options, and let's see what everybody votes for. Who's going to be the extra forward we're going to throw out there? Dion say must be versatile with Dion Free and Kwak already there. I'll go Evan Lewis again, number 8 flank, and I'm sure we could even pull a gap on lock in case of emergency. Well, there we go. He's on the mix, but Jasper Wiese seems to have taken a good shot. Trevor Nyakani not getting on the vote. Evan Lewis with 40%, Jasper Wiese with 50%, Jason Jenkins with 0%. And another vote goes to Evan Lewis. Another Evan Lewis. Evan Lewis back to 50-50 between Jasper Wiese and Evan Lewis. Jasper Wiese takes the lead with 52%, and Evan Lewis clawing one back. So here we go, 17 votes, 18 votes. Are we going to get 20 votes? This is going to get very close. Very interested to see how this goes. Up to 19 votes. Can we get to 20 votes? This is getting very, very close. One votes, 23 votes, and it's neck and neck. Neck and neck and neck and neck. $23 votes. Let's see if you can get 25 votes. Because it's very, very close. Who's going to be the last name on the sheet for forwards? Although we can, in theory, add an extra forward if we really want to after we name all the backline players. Why has this not updated? We have added Quagga Smith. So it should have updated. There we go. There's Quagga. 24 votes, and Jasper Wiese just ahead. Come on, people. And another vote, Jasper Wiese at 25 votes. Should we end it there? I think we can end it there. Right. So it was very close. It was very, very close. But the final name on the team sheet going to France will be Jasper Wiese, which means these are your forwards that we have selected to go to the World Cup. I don't think we're far off to what they'll actually be, So over there we go. As you can see, we've got Malcolm Marks, Bongi Manambi, Joseph Weber, Stephen Kitzel, Oxen Chair, Francois Herbert, Vincent Koch, Thomas Dutoy, Eben Etzebeth, Luat Diaga, Franco Mostert, Archer Sneeman, Sia Galicia, Captain, Peter Steph Dutoy, Dwayne Vermeulen, Dion Free, Quagga Smith, and Jasper Wiese. We have got 18 out of our 33-man squad. And yeah, it's looking good. It's looking good. I think I'm pretty impressed with that squad. I'll tell you what, I think at the moment maybe 2 people. I think an Archer Sneeman, for example, I think Thomas Dutoy, I think those are potentially the ones where I think we might be a little bit off in terms of who I think they actually will take. But apart from that, I think we've done pretty well, and I think we're looking pretty good. So on Monday we will reconvene and we will do scrum halves, which is going to be quite interesting. Wednesday we're going to do fly halves, which is going to be even more interesting. And then the week after that, we'll do centres and outside backs. So people, thank you very much for spending your time with me. We'll be live again on Monday, 1:30, SAST, South African Standard Time. And we're going to be adding some 3 scrum halves to the mix. Then we're going to be adding 2 fly-halves. Then we're going to be adding some centres. Then we're going to be adding some outside backs and some utility backs and an extra back, potentially. So yeah, please do smash like on the way out. Thank you very much, everybody, for getting involved. And I'll see you guys on Monday. Everybody, and welcome to Forever Rugby on Forever Sports. And Leinster versus Munster in the second semi-final of the URC. Stormers versus Connacht will take place just before them. But the question is, how can you watch both this game as well as the Stormers versus Connacht game on a free broadcaster? Because both of them are being shown on a free broadcaster, which means that you'll be able to watch them both this weekend. Stormers versus Connacht is being shown on TG4, whilst Leinster versus Munster is being shown on RTE2. Both of them you don't even have to register for. You can just go onto the site and stuff like that, and they are available if you're living in the UK or Ireland. If you're outside either of these territories, however, you'll still be able to watch the action, but you'll have to use a VPN. We recommend ExpressVPN, link down in the description. And before we show you exactly what step-by-step guide of how to access it all, please do smash like on the video. Please do subscribe to the channel as well. Right, so if you go into the RTE website, this is what it'll look like if you're outside the UK or Ireland. And try to watch it. It'll say this program cannot be streamed due to rights restrictions. Now, what we're going to do is we're going to go to our VPN, and you're going to go into these three little dots on the right-hand side over here, and you're going to go and select either the UK or you're going to select Ireland. And what that's going to do is basically going to geolocate your device to make it seem as if you're in these territories. And in terms of getting ExpressVPN, I recommend getting the 12-month package, because you'll first of all get an extra 3 months free, but also you're going to be able to watch the entire World Cup for free using ExpressVPN. So once that is done, you can then go back to RTE2. I've refreshed the page, and you can't see any of the action because it won't allow my screen capture. But you can hear that music is a music of one of the programs that is happening, as you can see over there. I can just show you a bit. It is currently playing, and I can pause it and press and play and stuff like that. You can change the quality over here. It'll automatically go to the highest. You can your buffer and stuff like that. So it is currently playing on my screen because I'm connected with a VPN. If you have any questions, please do smash a like on the video. Please do subscribe to the channel as well. It's a step-by-step guide in the description. We'll see you guys live for both these games this weekend. So I hope to see you there. Please do subscribe to the channel as well. And thank you very much for watching. My name is Stephen, and I'll chat to you soon. Right, and we are live. Hello, everybody, and welcome to Forever Rugby. It is a Thursday night already, as myself and Chris talking about before. It seems like we were doing a fan forum yesterday, but it's been another 7 days, been another hectic weekend of rugby, and lots to talk about tonight with two South African teams crashing out of the URC. One South African team, however, already pitching up as we head into the URC semi-finals of this weekend. Also some interesting results in the Currie Cup. Very much getting to the business end of competitions. Now tonight I am joined by Reza and Chris. Chaps, are we well?
Can't complain.
Yeah, good mates. Thank you.
Yeah, we're gonna get nice and controversial a little bit about the Sharks and the Bulls and the very wet fish performances we saw last weekend. So lots to chat about in the next sort of 45 minutes, by the way. If you have anything to say, please do chuck it in the comments. We've got a poll running there saying, will the Stormers make the URC final? So go and give us your opinion. Will they not? Go and vote. But yeah, so chaps, URC semi-finals, which means that last week we did see 4 teams going out that were Ulster, Bulls, Sharks, and Glasgow. Now, technically 2 upsets in inverted commas in terms of teams who finished below their counterparts that did win. Although Glasgow and Munster were pretty, they were 4th and 5th and about 8. I think it was about 6 or 7 points difference, so it wasn't massively different between them. But let's kind of work through the weekend. So first of all, on Friday we saw Ulster going down to Connacht, a pretty typical sort of playoff game, I think. You know, a bit of an arm wrestle. The skill set on display was pretty awful. There were a lot of knock-ons, very scrappy, messy game. But you know, the big thing I think for me is as a Stormers fan, do you watch that game and are you nervous of this Connacht side? Chris, what was your sort of take on that Ulster Connacht game?
Yeah, one of huge disappointment, obviously, because that got us out of our betting multiple straight away for the weekend. So it was not a result I was expecting at all, to be honest. But maybe in hindsight, you know, Ulster haven't been the force that they've been recently. Let's be fair. They have, not as strong usually. I mean, I backed them because I backed them usually in an Irish derby home. You usually go there. As I said in last week's show, Connacht away are often dodgy. But Connacht arrived, eh? I mean, it's one of those games where you can see in the first 10 minutes where the game's going. You could see by the body language and the physicality that Connacht were the team that were up for it. And I was sitting there worried after 10 minutes because Connacht were the one making headway and Ulster weren't. So that was let's face it, was a shock, but well played to Connacht. I mean, they've got themselves set themselves up to come down to the Stormers. So, but I mean, good for there was a typical knockout derby sloppy game, and Connacht came through. So well done to them.
Yeah, I was quite impressed with the pack of Connacht and a couple of nice big performances there because, I think if Ulster had really sort of bullied them in front, I think there would have been sort of one-way traffic. But look, Ulster did try to come back towards the end, but just didn't really have enough in the tank. Reza, I don't know how much you caught of it.
I didn't catch too much of that game. I watched a little bit of the highlights, but pretty impressive Connacht to be honest. It's one of those things though. You get to finals rugby, and I feel like you've earned a right to be there. And Connacht on form should probably have been there. And on your day in finals rugby, anybody can win. We said that last week. I can see already. There's a couple of comments in the chat. Henk Roos saying those are the guys that wrote off the Stormers off, and we'll get to that in a second.
No, I'm actually getting to it right now. When did we ever write the Stormers off? Because a couple of people have said this. In fact, I think it might be the same person. When did we ever go back to those last week? And when did any of us say that Stormers are going to lose?
Yeah, I'm not entirely sure where that's come from, but maybe there's some ventriloquism going on because I don't remember ever saying that. But what I will say is that my point is when we were discussing the Stormers and Bulls last week, and the same applies to this kind of game, is that anyone can win on their day. That's the point we were trying to make. Barring Leinster, who we were very sure about, everyone else was in with a chance. That's kind of my view on it. And so, as much as I didn't catch too much of that game in particular, that's just my view. I think that I don't think we can read too much into it that, Connacht are on the trail to a final or on their way to a win. But improvements for them, fantastic for them as a team. And I hope they continue improving.
Yeah, well, I think we have to wait and see exactly how good they are going to be this weekend. But let's move to the next game, which was the Stormers Bulls game. Now, we all said that it had the potential to be quite close if the Bulls rocked up. We all said that there was Stormers' game to lose, and at home they should have too much. Interestingly enough, a lot of us were saying that we weren't sure if Deon Fourie was going to be fit. We didn't expect Deon Fourie to be fit, and I think he did play quite well as well. Leon Zast coming back as well, getting onto the score sheet as well. So for me, if I look at that game, probably the strongest, I think the Stormers are going to get to the strongest side they have, and a performance that looked a lot more like them, in terms of them having Marnie Liebach controlling things. I thought Herschel Yankees played very well. Again, we talked about the fact that we wanted Herschel Yankees to start and stuff like that. But Reece, I'll start with you this time. An interesting game. But Bulls didn't really pitch up. Stormers, probably the scoreline probably flattering the Bulls in the end, that late try. But Stormers were in the driving seat from the get-go and never really looked back.
100%. And I think that, Bulls didn't just quite kick out of fourth gear at any stage in that entire game, which is a pity for them. I really do believe that they showed enough to warrant that they have the ability to do it. But it's the story of their season, much the same with the Sharks. They have not quite rose to the occasion when they needed to. They've got the ability to. It's just, I'm still not convinced that their coaching at the moment has gone the right way. So Stormers, it's not a surprise. There's nothing there that shocked us. Again, I'll deal with those comments. I don't know what was going on. I don't know what we said last week that made everyone have the impression that we were backing the Bulls. We have to lend some credit to the Stormers. They've had a tough couple of weeks leading into this quarter, shown a lot of grit. And I hope that this quarterfinal is a sign of things to come for them going into the semis and hopefully a final. if they can sustain that BMT that they were showing, just soaking up the pressure when they needed to, playing smart rugby, and just avoiding the small errors is what got them where they are today and win over the Bulls.
Yeah, I think I'll go into some of the comments. I think PK makes a good point. He says, imagine you're 9 and 10, finding form in the knockouts behind a world-class pack. The Stormers will be cruising to the finals. I think that was very important. I thought that we spoke about the fact that I said that I wasn't convinced about Paul de and I'd like to have seen Watchalong start, which he did. And I thought he played very well. And Monyebok as well looked back to his best. And I think those two in tandem control things. And I think that was a very big point of difference for them. Whereas I think the Bulls just didn't really manage the game particularly well.
I'm a big fan of Mani, by the way. I mean, sure, he had a couple of off weeks here and there, but overall, I think he's really starting to show a bit of form, bit of class, and I think higher honors are soon incoming.
Yeah, and I know Chris had a couple of audio issues, so I'm not sure, Chris, if you can hear me, if you want to add your 2 cents about the Stormers Bulls game. I think he can hear us, but we can't hear him, unfortunately. So Chris might have to go back to the earset. In the meantime, we'll just continue talking about the fact that the Bulls are a bit of a crisis. Jake White talking about a bit of a rebuild, saying he wants to go to, he wants Ruan Nokia to bulk up a little bit. He wants, a couple of props, for example. I think he's pretty right in terms of they need him to be a rebuild, but I think a lot of it's been a bit of a systemic issue where I think 2 years ago, probably had the best squad in the country on paper and haven't really added to it or sorted it out. And all of a sudden, they're not the best squad. And yeah, just looked a little bit aimless.
I mean, it's a little controversial. I'm not entirely sure I agree with that.
Hey, coming out of COVID, they won everything. They won two cups in a row, the Super Rugby thing, as well as the Rainbow Cup, and then got to the Rainbow Cup final.
What I'm saying is that I'm not entirely sure I'm convinced by Jake's comments.
Okay.
Not for the first time, by the way. Jake Hater incoming here, but it's just, I don't know. I think that's passing the buck. And he did it with the Currie Cup team. He's doing it again now with the senior team. It's like, you know what? You actually have one of the very best squads in world rugby at your disposal. Maybe not the best squad in URC, but it's pretty damn far up there. And you're saying that you can't, that it needs a rebuild. Like you said, 2 years ago, they were one of the best squads. They haven't really had a huge player drain either.
Well, I'm trying to think. So they lost, obviously, they lost Marcel Couture, lost Trevor Nukani, lost Dwayne from Muirland. In the back line, not too many players.
Yeah, a decent amount of replacements though in those positions. Admittedly, not of the same caliber, one might say, but prospects for the future, certainly. And it's just like, I don't know. I'm not really convinced by Jake White's comments there. And it just feels like he's trying to divert from maybe his own staff's inadequacy in the back there in getting that squad to where they should be. But look, at the end of the day, we need to talk about their campaign overall. And there's nothing to be ashamed about getting into a quarterfinal of the URC. The fact that we're saying that they haven't great and that they've still got in there, it should go to show just the high expectations that we have for that squad and for that coaching staff. And I think they should still hold their heads up high. Maybe not the campaign they wanted, but not a total write-off.
Yeah, look, I think the biggest thing for them is that they were going to need a home playoff really to sort of give them quite a big boost. And I think obviously it's quite difficult to go and win down in Cape Town. That I think has played quite a big role. Only so half of them. I mean, Stormers winning at home, Leinster winning at home. But yeah, it's an interesting one. Yeah, and it's difficult to know exactly what the right answer is. We're gonna try bring back in Chris if he can hear us.
Can you guys hear me?
We can hear you, Chris. Tell us all about reasons throwing in Jake slander. And are you going to jump on the Jake slander or the Stormers just that good?
That's why I was nervous. I was going to miss this segment because I knew what was coming about to come for a reason. I was going to miss out. So I had a huge FOMO there. Yeah. And then I see that there's some X Factor surprises for next season. Can you believe it, eh? Jeez, that guy.
Yeah.
It's full of promises. But just going back to the game, like you said, I mean, I was one of them that thought that Bulls would put up a fight, but I'm going to be honest. On Thursday when we were speaking, Dion Ferree in my mind wasn't playing,
Yeah.
and then the Bulls have shifted Gerson to fullback, and he's not playing well, in my opinion. He
No, he's
doesn't
not.
look
And
anything of a
that was
player.
also a last minute, literally on the day type
Yeah.
move as well.
Yeah. Yeah, so Stormers found their form again, with Ferree on the pitch and the crowd, and that was the Stormers that had been playing for the last 18 months. And we said if they bring that, they do win well, and that's what happened. They are at the moment a superior team to the Bulls, and it showed. You're right, the scoreline flattered there, the try at the end. The Stormers are in control of it. Like I said, Lebok was back. Playing well. Back to that form that we used to. Roos there, I think, is also helps a lot. That I love that the balance of that pack when Ferree and Roos are there. I think it ended up being almost what we expected, but even a much more bigger win for Stormers. And Jake White, I mean, you would think that he would be leaving, he'll be out the door now, but as I said, he looks like he's made some big promises, bringing in more players, X factor, but I don't know what he means by that, because he brought in a lot of the old timers, and haven't seen the value that he's added to that Bulls side by bringing those guys in.
He's a professional bullshitter. That's what it is. And I mean, the guys in the comments, Dion Franks, Jake suddenly has a master plan like for next season and stuff. Like, I mean, the one is if Jake White had any other name, he would have been fired already, 100%.
Yeah, I think I agree as well. They gave him a very long-term contract, so they did fire him. They probably have to pay him out quite a bit of money. So the question is how do the Bulls come back? They talk about a couple of X factor surprises, for example. Look, Vilko Low coming back could be quite a big coup for them to genuinely replace Trevor. I think they are missing a world-class tight end. But what else does this squad need if they are going to be competitive next season?
Go ahead, Chris. I got one, but I'll let you go first.
Honestly, I don't think about Bulls rugby much in my life. I haven't really sat through that and thought what's going on in Jake White's head. I don't know. Like for me, I haven't felt for the last 2 years of both Currie Cup and URC what is their strongest team in general, and I just don't feel that they are missing 4 quality players. There's 4, and I would say 2 of them in the back line and 2 of them in the pack. I don't remember the Bulls pack being not as effective as they haven't been recently. And Elwin Glow was also the glory boy. I mean, he's all right, but I've expected him to be pushing on, and he hasn't. So I don't know. I think we spoke about it. Bulls used to bring a lot of good youngsters through. Like I don't see that coming through like these players to the Bulls ranks. I don't know the answer, to be honest. That's not something I don't know about Bulls rugby. I don't know what they have there in their arsenal, in their academy. I know they've got money, but is going to buy players the right thing like the Sharks have done. It hasn't worked out for the Sharks, has it? So I mean, I would rather get people that build these players up, bring them to the system, get them wanting to play for the Bulls, just like the old days, I would say. But I'm no expert on Bulls rugby.
Right, have you got an expert opinion on what they need to do?
I think there's a lack of identity. I think when Jake White first joined, they already had something going and they kind of built on that. And it was very much, as you were saying, Bulls rugby of old, adapted slightly. So a dominant pack, a lot of go forward, and then give the freedom to the guys on the outside. It's a simple game plan, but it works well. Right, and I think that they've lost that going into URC this year. You're not seeing the same kind of thing. So, and my other problem is squad consistency. I think they had a lot of options at their disposal, which they're not very used to. And to see a guy like Similani playing in Currie Cup it's a travesty. Really, it is. He came over there and has now been lost to the system. One never wonders if he will ever make his way back to the top tier of rugby again. And if he does, it'll probably be at an overseas club. And that's really sad. And I feel like perhaps the confidence is not being instilled in players that are being brought across. And then they're not given the chance that maybe they need, when they shouldn't be brought in for the wrong reasons. A guy like Similani, I would never have said fits a Bulls style of play, coming from the Lions. And so just because he did well somewhere else, it doesn't mean that you should buy him just to deprive the Lions of a player. And because
Plus, we're not a threat anyway.
Yeah, we're not a threat, but it's just like I don't know what the reasoning is behind that. But that's just an example of a bigger problem that I'm seeing. But yeah, they've got some work to do. I think it starts with a change in identity.
Another thing for me, guys, is if you look at the old Bulls of old, or any team, for me, brilliant or really good 9-10 axis is very important for any team. And you look at the Bulls teams that we watched of old, that Dupree, we spoke about last week, and Mornay State, and there was the pivot there at 10, and the Springbok centers. And you look across their back line now, they don't have a world-class scrummy. They don't know who their fly offers. It's staying close to they're way past their prime. For me, I know there's some Christmas fans out there, but I'm not a fan. Then you, like I said, you rotate in that centre. Mapu and the sevens play at heart. So I know nothing against them, but it's just for me that balance isn't there. And then you don't have the Bucky's, Porter, or Matfield in the engine room. So they're just those are the quality spaces that I noticed. They just don't have that there at the moment. Not to say that it won't come quickly. So I don't know who the Bulls youngsters are coming through, but that's what I see in the Bulls. Where Stormers have that the box on form, the Springboks, and the Duplessis that are running the team, and probably I would say make the Springbok squad soon. So that's the difference.
Yeah, I just don't think
Jake White suits the Bulls. I don't think it was never looked right. I just don't think he is right for the Bulls either.
Yeah,
neither Heineken Meyer coach.
Well, you mentioned Stefan Gans, and my biggest frustration with the Bulls was almost actually a lack of seeing him this season, because when they came after COVID and they had that Rainbow Cup spell and the Currie Cup and everything they touched to gold, he was playing some brilliant rugby. And then this season we barely seen him, and now sort of started playing a little bit towards the end. When the season's pretty much over. So I also think I think you talk about the best side. I think that's a very important point. I don't think they know what their best side is. I do think they need a world-class centre. I think that they probably need to look at another fly half, because Jan Hurston can't stay fit. Chris Smith's a very solid option, but I don't think he's not bashing the doors down and stuff like that. And I think they need a world-class lock, a world-class tight head, and probably another somebody else for this year.
Yeah, they got the back three. Orange, Moody, Nkosi are one of the best back threes you're actually ever going to come across. But in front of them, with them not having what Bulls are traditionally good at, they're not going to thrive, right? But for me, Moody and Orange, I love them. They're magic together. If they were in a better side.
Chris, if you, hey, Rion in the chat, how's it, Rion? Thanks for commentating and not being on the show.
Yeah, stop enjoying your holiday.
Yeah.
But Rion makes a good point, is that we don't actually, the Bulls don't actually know their playing style. They don't know their starting backline. And it goes for the whole team. You talk about Sabu and Corsi, and I go, well, geez, the guy was more out than in half the time. And their personal issues aside, it was the case with a lot of players. Barring a couple, you couldn't really predict a starting 11, starting 15 most of the time. So yeah, that's my issue.
I think that's the thing about Bulls rugby, though. Like you said, Nkosi is a talent. He's great. He's playing but they need to be nurturing this guy. They need to be looking after him. They need to be putting him in, building him up and getting his confidence. But it seems like you said, it's in and out, and no one's doesn't quite know. We don't feel we know what's going on there.
Yeah, no, lots of things that need to happen at the Bulls in the off season if they are to try and get back. Look, at the end of the day, they're the Bulls. They've got lots of resources. They've always got a bank of young players, and they always seem to be able to bring in a lot of people. So if there was one union, which in theory I think could turn things around quite quickly, I think there probably is one. But as much as we want to talk about how bad the Bulls are, let's talk about how good the Stormers are and how much of a chance they've got. in the next 2 weeks. Personally, I think that they should not be losing to Connacht on Saturday. I do think Connacht, they've got a clean bill of health, so it'll be a very similar Connacht side. But at home, against the side, which literally doesn't travel well, which I do think had played exceptionally well, probably, above standard, the usual standard last weekend. Chris, Stormers game to lose, isn't it?
Stormers aren't going to lose, no.
Oh, there we go. There we go.
No. I think no. Well, I think look. I feel much better than I did a week ago, right? What Stormers brought to the table. Yes, it's Bulls, and Stormers have been getting themselves up for the Bulls, dominated. But let's be honest, Bulls probably, well, would they beat Connacht? Yeah, they probably would. I just think Connacht played a big game last week. They've travelled. I think it took a lot. This is a factor in rugby. We've seen it the whole season with URC and this travelling. I think it's going to be a big task for Connacht to come and live with Stormers. I think Stormers are back. Stormers play like that at home. They're very, very difficult to beat. Yeah, Munster beat them, but that was their dip in form that they hadn't had in 18 months. So no, I see a 15-point Stormers win here at least.
15 points there. Reese, do you tend to agree?
Yeah, I've got nothing to add. Fully agree with Chris. Glad they showed up, and because they showed up, they will win this weekend. That's just about the coin toss there, and it's going to land on their side every single time. And to comment on Connacht, again, for me, it's very much like a Bull situation. If they play at 100% and Stormers play at least at 80%, the Stormers come away with the win. That's the difference in class. So it's going to have to take a really bad Stormers performance for Connacht to actually have a chance. And if they do, it'll be because Stormers lost it, not because Connacht won it.
Yeah, big
and I'll be honest. I think that Stormers that field at the moment. Thank goodness they. Well, actually, I don't know. It's a good thing if they change it because that is a little bit of a leveler. I've noticed in last season and this season, first half teams are in it with the Stormers because it is a bit slower. But eventually the Stormers grind that out. But it does slow the game up, and I've noticed that the Irish teams, even some of the Welsh teams, have hung in there till 60 minutes. If Connacht hang in there 60 minutes and get Stormers nervous, then it could be a good game. But I just think it's just too much power and probably class, if you want to say that. There's some good players in Connacht, but I think Stormers all around have the much better team anyway. So they should just run it out.
I will say that I think that Stormers need to dominate this one. Going into the final, assuming that they win, it can't be a tight one. They need to go in there with confidence soaring.
Well, the nice thing is they can empty the tank because they've got 2 weeks between this and the final, if they are, and if Leinster win, Leinster have to go play again next weekend. So Stars, to a certain degree, might be aligning a little bit with the Stormers. Chances are they won't have a home final, which I think is quite a big factor. But they can go out, they can empty the tank against Connacht on Saturday. Leinster will have to be quite good to beat Munster. They won't be able to name, a half-ass side. They are going to have to pitch up and play pretty well. And they're going to have to then get up and play pretty well against next week to beat La Rochelle. And then if they are to try and win the URC, they're going to have to get up once again. So the Stormers have got quite a nice situation where they can go all guns blazing Saturday, try and pump Connacht, get some confidence, and then take 2 weeks off, take a week off and say, right, chaps, we've now got 2 weeks to literally work out how we are going to beat Leinster. So
and if we get a Leinster Stormers final, I cannot wait for the chat from those Irish fans.
Oh, no, it's going to be.
If we even say the Stormers have a little bit of a sniff, we're in for it.
But then you'd be writing with the Stormers, which we're also being shouted at for doing. Yeah. So we can't really win.
The Stormers lost to Connacht last season. Hey, did they play them in the round robins this year? I can't remember.
They would have. I don't know. I think it might have been away.
No, can't remember. That's really lost on me now.
I'm sorry, I'm reading a comment here from Will. Why can't Dobbo decide where Damien's position is best? And my answer to that is because no one knows what's Damien's best position.
Damien doesn't know what Damien can choose any position in the back line.
I think it's centre. For me, it's centre. For me, it's 12. If he's in the back line at that 12 pivot, we have far more chance of scoring points.
I do enjoy him the most, I think, at 12, because I think it gets him into the game the most. And I just want to see Damien touching the ball as much as possible. I just think he's such a phenomenal player. Finally, really sort of getting to that form. I like him at centre because he touched the ball more. But having said that, you can't drop down to see at the moment.
No.
Yeah, good chat here as well. A point about the weather. My mother's actually in Cape Town at the moment, and she says it is miserable down there. So,
Oh, cool. Well, Connacht's winning. Never mind, chaps.
well,
I'm going to put all my money on them.
that's what I'm saying. That field, and if it rains, I still don't think Stormers are going to lose, but it could get squeaky bum time if Connacht are in it after 60, 70 minutes.
It's Irish weather. They're Connacht to be
If
honest.
the weather is bad and the field's cutting up, I think because they played on that so they got their new artificial pitch. That's the conditions they lapped up and loved, and no one could go to them and win that. So, but I just still think it's a bridge too far. I think for them. But hey, yeah, look what happened last week. Ulster was supposed to cream them. So
Yeah, that's true. And I said never write off the underdog, and especially when you can start to do something special. It's one thing when you're quarterfinal, when you start suddenly going semi-final, final, 2 games, 2 wins, trophy. It starts to get really, really. And also, I think last year the Stormers, they had the underdog card, I think, for most of the playoffs. I don't think even going into that final, I think after the Bulls beat Leinster, I don't think Stormers would have gone into the game as favourites, despite hosting the game. I think people are thinking, oh well, this is Jake White, this is a final, this is the Bulls have just beaten Leinster, Whereas now Stormers have to wear that tag of you Oaks are one of, if not the best side in the competition. So if you guys lose, that's a stuffer for you guys. You're expected to get to the final. Everyone's pretty happy to basically say, yes, they did finish third, but I think we can realistically say Stormers and Leinster are the 2 top teams in the competition. So now you've got to deal with a whole different sort of psyche, where in the past you were sort of dealing with a side that was overperforming. Now you've got to perform to the expectation.
yeah. Hey, and as we sit today, Dion Faris 50-50. Eh? If Dion doesn't play, let's face it, Stormers without Dion were 70-80% of the team. And you can't say it's one player, but he is one of the rare times that one player is that influential on a team.
The problem is also,
if
for
he isn't
example,
playing and it's greasy and it's heavy, don't think Connacht aren't in this game.
Yeah, the problem is also, it's not just the case that he's not playing, but Namakaba has been out for a while, so they don't have a like-for-like replacement. They don't have somebody who's great over the ball. They don't have a fetcher who can go out and make a lot of turnovers. Even if you're looking at, for example, like a Joseph Weber, he's not a hooker that does a lot of fetching. So Stephen Kitsoff has to do quite a lot of work, and it's not really ideal to have your lead set prop doing it, despite how good Stephen Kitsoff. Oh no, he is. Have you seen that video of him throwing balls into the line out? I'll tell you what, that man is a thing. He could play hooker, I reckon. I was going to pack him down at 2 next season.
Flip, this is an interesting one. I haven't really thought about this too much. Mikhail Aries, sorry if I mispronounced that. Would this season be a success if the Stormers were to lose on the weekend with a top 4 finish in the URC and a top 8 finish in Champions Cup?
I think anything less than this final would be a bit of a failure for the Stormers. I think if they got to the final, lost to Leinster, I think they would say, cool, that's a nice follow-up to the first season. We've got Champions Cup. It's a nice experience. We got to a final. Leinster were too good to fight. I think if they lose to Connacht, they'll be sitting there going, shouldn't have done that.
Yeah, because I think a top eight in the Champions Cup, as we said, was probably a failure. So, like you said, a final, nothing short of a final, redeems that season.
Yeah, well, I think top 8. To be fair, I think top 8 is about as far as we could go. I mean, I wouldn't put it down as a complete failure. I think it's.
I don't know. To me, you can't be finishing. You can't be a finalist in URC and be happy with the top 8 in Champions Cup.
Well, you look at the semi-finals, for example, of the Champions Cup, and the top 14 Premiership sides did sort of dominate. There's only one URC side in the semi-finals, which was Leinster. So, as I think a final at the top 8, I think they'd be pretty happy with it. I think a top 8 and a top 4 will be a disappointing season. The next sort of question we can debate hopefully next week and the week after is whether they can then go all the way. But let's first watch them try and get past Connacht, and let's talk a little bit about Leinster and about Munster. We're trying to sort of throw them almost together.
Just before we get into the game, the comments on fights there. Matthew Dixon, Connacht to win by 20, but good thing that Dixon's predictions are not usually so sharp. I mean, Sharks didn't do too great, did they, Dix? But
leave the Sharks out of this. I literally put a video out on my personal channel, and the title was "Sharks are dreadful." So I've gone after the Sharks a bit too much. But what I was actually saying interesting about the Sharks, because I want to talk about Leinster, is that for me, if you look at Leinster, the institution, Leinster where they are right now as a club, as a side, for me, that's everything the Sharks want to be. in terms of having top class talent, top coaches, top facilities, a really good player base. But the difference is that Leinster got the style of play, this progression, the system which works so well, and they're getting all the results. Sharks just aren't. But without talking much of the Sharks, can this Leinster side be beaten? And can Munster do it?
That's two different questions.
Are you talking about they can they be beat by Munster on Saturday? Definitely not. But can they be beaten by La Rochelle? Yes.
Yeah,
I said that last week. But the Storm, but the Stormers, they could, but I don't see it happening. But I think if anyone's going to beat Leinster, it's going to be La Rochelle again. But yeah, like that home, I called that last week, and then I realized it was in Dublin. I was like, oh, better be careful on those words. So maybe they get revenge and do it in Dublin. But I think La Rochelle's got the best game and setup to match Leinster.
Fair enough. The question is now as well, and maybe we'll go with you. Leinster, how strong do they go this weekend? Can they afford to name a bit of a second string side? Not, a little bit like the Sharks. Harry Byrne, third choice fly half. Yes, he's currently second choice fly half, but quite Jonathan Gibson Park coming off the bench. Josh Minifleer not involved. Can they afford to still rotate, or do you think they have to go back pretty strong if they're going to beat their Irish counterparts, who obviously a couple of players due to HIAs and stuff as well?
Yeah, it's an interesting one. I think their rotation this season has actually been pretty good. They've got their second tier, even their third tier into games when they've needed to, and seem to manage all the competitions pretty well. So if I were to say that if they rotated, and they are rotating a little bit, but if they go with a huge overhaul, they're still in with a pretty good chance, because this is not new to them. Those second string guys, third string guys know exactly what their responsibilities are, and they know how to slot into a system, which is how it should be in any team. You've got star performers, but your guys just below you are your understudies ready to come in at any point. So that's my one answer to that. But having said that, I would still go hard with your best team. To be very honest, I would go in. This is so important. They've just got to ensure they get there.
Well, mine is sort of next thing, and I'll throw it back to Chris, is how important is it to build momentum going into next week as well, as opposed to not playing a couple of players now 2 weeks in a row and then asking them to just come from the cold, which they did do against Toulouse. They had that 2 week break, didn't send a good side down, prepared for Toulouse, and it worked. But you do also want to get players playing before a big game, so they're not coming off kind of completely cold, haven't played in 3 weeks type thing.
Yeah. That's the other factor.
Yeah, so again, not the coach, not I don't know what they're thinking, but how I would see it, I would absolutely agree. I would see the next 3 games as like a World Cup run, quarterfinal, semi-final. My best team, top of my game, going in full guns. That's the end of the season. You got nothing to lose. All in, go for it. And if they do change, I don't see as a big detrimental effect to the outcome anyway, because we have seen their change teams play very well. So if they want to do it, they can. That's a luxury. They want to do it, they can. Maybe they have that because they are Leinster. They have the luxury to do it, because you wouldn't see probably any other team will be all in, then they don't have to. So I would probably see. I was checking some of the Irish guys' podcasts. They are expecting a little bit of a rotation, but not a lot. But they will make some changes. But I don't think. I mean, I don't know if you guys see Munster. No Murray, no Fikitoa, no Snyman. Munster or Spence. Are they going to? So that's another reason why this game they can do that, because Munster aren't coming with all the cavalry that they've had. That's with them success.
I think that actually gives more of an argument as to why they should field the first team, because if it was a bruising battle against I don't know, let's just call it a Bulls team, regardless of whether you're going to beat them or not, they're going to batter you. And so if it was against a team like that, I would have gone, yeah, sure, rotate a little bit, keep the guys fresh. You got a team like that, like you said, is spent. You may as well go in hot. Let the boys keep the momentum, keep the psyche up, and go into effectively every weekend's a final for them at this point, and they've got to stay motivated.
Yeah, well, it's a pity though, because Munster have had three amazing, really great performances. Stormers, Sharks, Glasgow, who haven't lost in over a year, playing really well. I mean, if they could give
CK Gaming is saying, is Leinster as formidable without Sexton? I think there's no doubt that they're better with Sexton, but I do think that Ross Byrne in the last 4 or 5 months has taken a step up. For me, it looks a genuine
I
option
agree.
at 10 for Ireland as well.
I agree.
So I don't.
I actually really like him. He's really good.
No, I'm enjoying him. Although I was also very impressed with Hayburn
Yeah.
on Saturday as well. Rian saying Leinster can be beaten by the All Blacks in the first test. Evan saying Munster should wear yellow jerseys for Leinster's lower shoulder PTSD kicks in. Not a bad shout. Dion Frank saying bigger picture, if Stormers can make it to final and find a way to beat Leinster, it'll shake the Irish psyche to the benefit of the Springboks later this year. Rian saying first team for the next 3 games, they got called last year. This is what I kept Flow Rugby for. There we go. Yeah, so by the way, if you're looking to watch both the semi-finals this weekend, we do have watch guides. You can watch for free using a VPN. Dion saying best team definitely, as I assume they're all home games for Leinster. They are. Mikhail saying if you had to do a top 5 power rankings for rugby clubs, what would your top 5 be? Maybe we'll do that towards the end over there. Right. Well, then Chris Walsh Reza is out and sorting himself out. Maybe a good time to move to this screen over here. You know, we're not particularly impressed with you. We thought about not welcoming you back, but
what first losing week, and this is the attitude.
Yeah, no, you're fine. No, we don't like to lose money, but we're still up. So talk us through last week, talk us through this week. What have you got for us?
Yeah, so I mean, I know I wasn't very positive last week. I wasn't showing those vibes because I was worried. This is betting, right? I mean, you can't win every week. And I was worried because I put everything into one bet and 4 legs, which is always risky. And and obviously I must admit my Reds pick I regretted by Friday morning because I thought I changed. I thought the Waratahs were going to come strong as well, but by then I'll also obviously let us down. But yeah, we lost that bet. Bulls, that last try came through, but it didn't matter, and we started off nicely with the Landers and Chiefs. I mean, that cruised in, but anyway, 7-5 on the win-loss record. Still up 8 units. We only risked the 1.5. So got some units there. So we don't want to lose this week. So, but I was saying to you, Steve, yeah, we against the end of the season, and there's gonna be a lot less betting opportunities up until the World Cup, or probably into next year. The games are not going to be the weekends aren't going to be as full. So what I've got for you guys this week is I've got a single play. I've decided to also go for singles. I know some guys prefer the single playing singles, but this one I really like. Force over 29 at home to Drua. I think Force, for me, have showed enough at home. They've covered this for me, better teams than the Drua. For me, the Drua, I mean, they've had some, beaten the Canes and Crusaders, but that's in Fiji. They're a whole different kid. Go there with a different attitude. So Force, the Drua away have generally been very poor on defense, and I think Force will score at least 5 tries, maybe 6 tries, which will cover this line. So we're going 1.5 units on the single. Force at home to Drua. Then I've got I have a multi. I just reduced the unit stakes there just to 0.75 just to ease us into this multi. I got Blues plus 15.5 versus the Crusaders. I mean, as you know, Crusaders are looking like they're slowly building up to typical Crusaders upward curve towards the playoffs. The Blues are still really good. I think the Blues should have beaten them in Eden Park last time. They dropped the ball 3 times over the line. I think this is a Crusaders win, but I don't think they blow out the Blues. I think they keep it within 10. Saracens at home to Northampton. I just think Saracens are just the class. They're just at home in a knockout. They hardly lose. I think they've lost 2 in the last 12 years. I think they're Northampton. I love Northampton. I love how they play. I love their team, but I don't think they've got the setup and the backbone to match Saracens at the moment. So I like Saracens at home. And Sale as well at home to Leicester. Leicester can be dangerous. Leicester can go to Sale and win. But Sale have had a good season. And again, you talk about the home stuff, but the home records matter. And Sale at home have been formidable. And also Steve Diamond had a big sulk on Twitter yesterday because it was the English Premiership Awards there last night, and none of the Northern teams got any of the bigger prizes. So he's moaned and said the North have been left out. So I think Sale are going to have a bee in their bonnet. And want to prove improve. Well, they play Leicester's also North, obviously, or Midlands, but still think Sale. So Sale +6. So we cover the Leicester banana skin. If Leicester win by 3, we still win. I've actually put a little. So yeah, so I've spoken about this. That I wanted to do a little bit of a big one, a big multi. And I thought, yeah, we've got a couple of units in the bag, and I think if one of the first 2 come in, should have a bit of profit, and this won't hurt us if we lose, but if we win, it will be very tasty. So I think Force will win at home. I think Jura will also score and keep the score close, within 10. So Force 1 to 12 to beat the Jura. Tars are at home to the Rebels on Sunday. I think the Tars will win, but I think this is going to be also not a game, not more than a 7 to 8 point win for the Tars. And again, like I just said, Sale at home, Leicester are good. They'll give them a run. So I'm calling these teams to win, but I don't think any of these teams go past 12. And that gives us a 20 to 1 or 19 to 1 little treble there, half a unit. So if it comes in, obviously we get about 10 units profit there. So that'll be nice. But that's a little bit of just a fun one. Not a fun one, but it's got a chance. And if it comes in, great. But if not, so we got the other 2 that I'm really confident should land for us. And I've put a lean in here because I was tossing and turning between putting this into the multi or put it in with the Force game, but I thought let's go for a single. Let's keep one there. A lean is something that what you call is like we don't put it to the record or it's an official pick, but I do like Chiefs at home against the Reds tomorrow. The Reds are just woeful on defense. The Chiefs at home, Chiefs are good. They're so good at home. The Reds, firstly, they can't tackle and they don't have a tight 5. So the Chiefs are going to get a few roll-in mauls. I can see it, a couple of those. They're going to expose the Reds, and the Reds will probably score as well. So I was thinking of the overs, but the over is 67, which is a lot of points. So I think the Chiefs will land this. I think they get close to 50. This is a lean, so I'm not going to put it to the record. So I've put this as an option for you guys because maybe you guys don't want to play the trebles or the high odds. So if you fancy maybe not playing the treble, play this one. I'm calling this out. If you have alt lines tomorrow, take Chiefs at like over 38 or 39. But that's just the lean. We won't put it to the record. The first 3 are for our record.
Gosh, well there we go. So lots that could happen, lots that might not happen. Hopefully, we are talking about 2 wins next weekend. So thanks, Chris, as always. Yeah, looking good at the moment. So hopefully we bring back another win next week. Right, chaps, just to start sort of finishing up. Yeah, we're talking about the fact that we're back in Leinster to do the job this weekend. We talk about the fact that we're back in Stormers to do. So I think we're actually going to take that comment, which is going to be quite an interesting chat. And yeah, Mr. Mikhail was asking us if you had to do a top 5 power rankings. Okay, let me start that again. If you had to do a top 5 power rankings for rugby clubs, what would your top 5 be? So let's try and formulate a top 5 there, people. I think. Okay, who 5 people, and let's try and rank them as well, just for shits and giggles. So teams I'm going to throw out there for me have to be a Leinster, a Crusaders, probably a La Rochelle given the last 3 years. So for me, that's a 3 there. The question is, for me, who do we add to those 2? Would you guys disagree with any of those 3 not being in a top 5?
Well, we're talking about we're talking about current form, obviously.
Yeah, like right now. Yes, that's it. Power rankings, which move up and down. Right now, who are the top 5 clubs in the world?
I agree with the 3 for now.
In that order?
No, let's just get a 5 first, and then we'll do an order.
Okay. All right. Leinster, so as we said, Leinster, Crusaders, and who was the third one you said?
La Rochelle. That's what I've thrown in.
Yeah. Okay. I'll take that. Sure. Then,
the question is, who do you add to that?
This is quite a
obviously Stormers. Obviously,
I think if we're going on a current form and winning titles and so on, it's going to have to be a Stormers as well, or 4th. Anyone from the Premiership?
So I mean, Saracens are topping the log at the moment, if I'm not mistaken. Are they back? For example.
Yeah. For me, it's Saracens and Harlequins. Even though Harlequins have not made the playoffs, they've been playing. They were playing some nice rugby, and they did win the 2 years ago, was it?
Yeah.
But it's just something about Saracens just doesn't. I don't after all the shenanigans.
Yeah.
They're not a team I get. I don't like. Respect is a hard word because you've got to respect what they have achieved, but but they're a little bit of a so like.
Well, would you rather put it?
You know what makes this quite hard for me is I'm very tempted to say like a Chiefs, and I'll tell you why. It's just because I wish that we could see them play in Northern Hemisphere a little more to compare and do a worldwide. So if you gave me a Southern and Northern Hemisphere, this would be a lot easier. But now we're in this position where all of us have watched 2 different hemispheres at a time, and we're all a little confused.
Well, I agree with you, Reza. I think on the back of the last 4 months at least, Chiefs are.
Well, they're undefeated this year.
They're
10 from 10, I think.
Yeah, well, if you're right, we have to be right on the spot right now and do a power rank, and Chiefs have to be above Saracens and Harlequins. So I agree, Reza. Chiefs would be my 5th. That would be my 5.
And we're leaving Stormers in there. No Toulouse, no, we're not throwing in pretty much. So no sides, eh? Big. It's a big call. It is a big call.
Yeah. Hey, look, it's very tough, and no one's going to be happy about this. To be honest, I'd love to chuck it to lose in there. It's been up and down between them and a couple of other guys in that French league for a while. But like we said, we've picked one out of the French guys, and La Rochelle are deservedly at the top at the moment. So
yeah. So are we?
The English Prem has been. Sorry, Steve.
Yeah, no, I'm saying so. Are we happy to settle then that we've got Leinster, La Rochelle, Crusaders, Chiefs, Stormers as our 5?
Right now, the power rankings, that would be the top 5.
Right, let's go 1 to 5. 5 Stormers. Yeah. You have to be honest here.
No. Yeah. No, Chiefs would be above. I reckon Chiefs beat Stormers if they played each other.
For me, the next. I mean, as I said, right now, form-wise, Chiefs are 10 from 10. So in theory, form-wise, right now, you should put them ahead of Crusaders. I can tell you right now, if they were to stop the Super Rugby tomorrow and say, listen, COVID's happening in 2 weeks' time, we have to play a final tomorrow, it's Crusaders versus the Chiefs, I'll put all my money on Crusaders. They just don't lose finals. So do we put Chiefs above Crusaders, or are we putting Chiefs at 4, or are we putting
my vote's for La Rochelle at 4.
At 4.
Yeah.
Current European champions, La Rochelle at 4. Okay.
Chiefs 3, Crusaders.
I think let's not forget how dangerous New Zealanders are, and sure, La Rochelle are great in their competitions and in their hemisphere. I'm still backing a New Zealand team if they were to go.
I agree. If Crusaders are full strength, if they're black, if they have their team, like if let's say everything's equal, right? I even think Crusaders beat Leinster in a final as well. I think they just got enough there to do the job. I know it might be controversial, but I think if they played each other, Crusaders will even beat Leinster.
So are we going Crusaders top? We're going Leinster top. So are we agreeing that we're putting Chiefs third?
No.
My 5.
I'm going to I would still put Leinster first in the rankings.
So
I think if it came down to a big final, I wouldn't be writing off the Crusaders either. It's a pick straight down the bloody middle, but I think Crusaders just seem more so than because. Leinster need to win some more European titles for me. I want to see them beat La Rochelle. Like that's what I really want. If I want to see them do, and they deserve to, but I want to see it.
Let's not forget the Crusaders are the best team in the world next to the All Blacks. In terms of honors.
Yeah, but they don't play. Stop out here. They don't have to go to Kimberley.
Yeah. Just all potch. Yeah.
They haven't played well, but they do this every season though. Like they've won 6 on the bounce, but most of those seasons, if you look back, they never start well, and we go, it's not the Crusaders of old, and then before you know it, the bloody buggers have won the thing, right? And they're getting their players back. If Robertson's at the helm, I think next year we might see some changes. But right now, full strength Crusaders, Robertson at the helm. Good luck to anyone who plays them in a final.
So are we going Leinster, Crusaders, La Rochelle, Stormers?
Yeah.
Well, there we go.
That's the one.
The Forever Sports top 5 power rankings. So thanks to Mikhail for the talking point. Yeah, that's more kind of what we want on the show. Yeah, if you guys, have some interesting questions, stuff like that we can then debate. So that's what I've got. We'll make a little graphic there and we'll throw it out there and cause some controversy, see what everybody has to say. And that pretty much wraps it up, people. That's been another really cool fan forum episode. Chris lost us money last week. He's going to win us money this week. And hopefully
look at the bigger picture, Steve. Keep in the process.
Thanks. Can't buy my mother a present on Sunday. Thanks, Chris.
Yeah, you just ruined Mother's Day. You ruined Mother's Day.
Trust the process, boys. Look what's on the table this week and stay positive. You told me to be positive last week. Now, no miss the negative you. Now we all need to be positive, and we'll get these ones over the line.
well, I hope so, because the end of the month starting to come on the horizon. I have to do a young withdrawal soon, so yeah, let's keep some W's going.
Maybe you should start winning your golf bets on the golf course. Maybe you should start winning those. Maybe
let's talk about golf. No.
Okay.
We'll find out who won our three-hole battle very soon.
I'm not subsidizing your dodgy golf deals and golf shots through.
That's a subject.
Good times. Right, people, please do smash a like on the video. Please do subscribe to the channel as well. This, by the way, if you would like to listen to that, will be on all your favorite streaming platforms: Spotify, Amazon Music, Apple Music, Google Podcasts, everything you can imagine. It is available on audio version as well, so you can stream it all there. It'll be available within the day, by the morning, basically. And then obviously all these different clips that are all being uploaded to Forever Rugby, so you can go and check out the betting clip and stuff like that if you need to go and check out your bets and stuff. Chat, thank you very much. To everybody else, we'll see you guys this weekend. At this stage, 2 big watch-alongs, hopefully a couple of other watch-alongs as well. We'll be doing some sevens tomorrow as well. Blitzbox, who have been absolutely dreadful this season, will hopefully be a little bit more on point tomorrow. They're playing against, I think it's France, in the evening, and they've got a USA, I think, in the afternoon, or it's Saturday. It's got a very cool pool though, so that should be quite cool to get back into some sevens. And yeah, we will see you guys all next time. Hello and welcome to Forever Rugby on Forever Sport. For today's preview, Stormers versus Connacht, the first URC semi-final of the year. And 2 injury-enforced changes for the Stormers, a 5-3 split, and 3 very important players as well missing. For Connacht, it's an unchanged 23. So they're going as full strength as they can, and the same team that beat Ulster away last weekend. They'll be looking to try and do it once again this weekend, this time down in Cape Town. And it'll be very interesting to see how the Stormers cope without the 2 very important players we're going to talk about in just a second. But before we look at the 2 teams and talk a little bit about the matchups and what we can expect this weekend, please do smash the like on the video. Please do subscribe to the channel as well. We'll start with the Stormers team, shall we? Who are the home side? And you'll see 2 very big names missing there. In the number 5 jersey, no Marvin Orie. In the number 6 jersey, no Deon Fourie. For me, these are 2 of the 5 most important players to this team for various reasons. First of all, I think Deon Fourie is arguably their most important player. I think that he's somebody who they missed the most. Look, I think Steven Kitsop, for example, Mike Ebok, David Willemse are probably their best players. I think, alongside Deon Fourie as well, obviously. But I think Deon Fourie is someone who they don't have a replacement for. That's the biggest problem. I think there are certain players, when they're missing, there are decent replacements. But I think missing out on Deon Fourie, for example, I think they're gonna struggle in the breakdown. We were very good last weekend. I mean, Ulster lost a lot of breakdown, and I think Vinny Ilbricht's a very good player. He's not an out number 6. Number Clubber was available, and they had him playing. I think they'd probably feel a lot better about life. But Marvin Orie not being there is huge from a set piece perspective. He's the best line operator in the country. Let's just put it like that, and let's be quite frank about it. We need, he is the best line jumper we've got in the country, and especially with Joseph Dwebe, who struggled in the initial stages. I think he's been very important in building up Joseph Dwebe's confidence, and the fact that they didn't miss a single line out last week at all. So that's been a very big loss. So if you look at the side, Steven Kitsov, Joseph Dwebe, Frans Mahoob, it's an unchanged Springbok front row. Ruben van Heerden has been very impressive. Marvin Orie is replaced by Ben Jason Dixon. So I think in terms of your on-field play, everything apart from the lineouts, I don't think the Stormers lose much. I think Ben Jason Dixon has been this season. I think he will offer exactly the same physicality. I think he'll be very as good in defence, if not maybe even a bit better. But they're going to lose out on a very good lineout jumper. Billy Engelbrecht as well brings a lot of physicality, probably a little bit more than Deon Free does in terms of a brute strength type ball carrier, but not nearly as good at the breakdown, not as quick around the park, doesn't bring the same sort of energy. Hashiba Daimani, therefore, is going to have a very big game in terms of getting into that sort of loose positions and the wider channels, which he does so well. Evan Lewis is going to have to be very combative this weekend. I think that, I'm very much looking forward to the number 8 battle because I think that Evan Lewis is hopefully got a couple of games on his belt, should hopefully be up to his best. And I thought that Kian Prendergast is also a very young number 8. That should be a very nice matchup between those two. Herschel Yankees, Marnie Block, I thought they were both absolutely superb last weekend. I said in the fan forum last week that Herschel Yankees had to start if they wanted to get the best out of this team. He did, and I thought he played really well. Marnie Block as well, full of confidence, playing some of his best rugby at the moment last weekend. Leon Zas back on the score sheet last weekend next to Angela Davis on the other side. David Willems is so good, and then the incredibly informed Dan du Plessis next to Ruan now. So it's a good Stormers side, but they are going to miss those two. I think they've still got enough. Connacht will still have to play exceptionally well to beat them, but I think Stormers should have enough without Marvin Oyer and Deon Free, but they need to make sure those two are back for the final if they do make it that far. Off the bench, JJ Kotzer, Ali Vermaak, Netling Bashir. They're going with a 5-3 split, so Connor Evans and Marcel Tennyson. And then they've got Paul DeBet, Johnny du Plessis comes into the side, and Sasha Famer and Gomez Zulu. So it's a bit more of a balanced bench. There are options. Johnny du Plessis can play at 10, at 15 as well. Famer Gomez Zulu can play at 15, at 12, 10. David Vincent can switch onto the wing. So they've got a lot of options that they need to from a backline perspective. And pretty decent options in the forward pack from a replacement point of view. Not quite the same impact, though, when you've got a Billy Engelbrecht, Ben Jason Dixon coming off the bench compared to Connor Evans and Marcel Tennyson, good players, not quite the same sort of caliber. If we look at the Connacht side, I said unchanged 23. So Dennis Buckley, Dave Hepburn, and Finley Beelum. That Beelum versus Kitsov should be a really interesting battle. Josh Murphy, Niall Murray, the two locks. Seamus Hurley Langston, I thought was absolutely brilliant last weekend. He's going to be very important to them. Connor Oliver as well. Kian Prendergast, I thought was very impressive. Colin Blade, I thought was quite good. Partners Jack Carty. Matt Hansen, he's the man to watch, isn't he? John Porch had a bit of a poor weekend, I felt. But gets another opportunity. Bundyaki is going to be very combative, and they're going to have to make sure they handle him well. Tom Farrell outside him has got a good turn of pace. Tiernan O'Halloran at full back will be looking to do plenty of running. Then off the bench, the men with an impact will be Dylan Tierney Martin, Jordan Duggan, Jack Gungia, Oisin Darling, Jared Butler, Kieran Marmion, Tom Daly, and Byron Ralston. It's a decent Connacht side. We spoke a little about in the fan forum last night. I think the only worry if I'm a Connacht fan is, did they... was it too much for them last weekend? Is this now a step too far? I thought they really had to empty the tank last weekend. They put in a really good performance. If they can replicate that, I have no doubt that they can give the Stormers a real go and can win. But can they lift themselves with the travelling and produce a similar level of performance that they did a week ago, which is what they're going to need to do to beat the Stormers? Let me know what your score predictions are down in the comments below. Please do smash like on the video and subscribe to the channel as well. Thank you very much for watching. My name is Stephen, and I'll chat to you soon. Everybody and welcome to Forever Rugby on Forever Sports. And Leinster versus Munster in the second semi-final of the URC. Stormers versus Connacht will take place just before them. But the question is, how can you watch both this game as well as the Stormers versus Connacht game on a free broadcaster? Because both of them are being shown on a free broadcaster, which means that you'll be able to watch them both this weekend. Stormers versus Connacht is being shown on TG4, whilst Leinster versus Munster is being shown on RTE2. Both of them you don't even have to register for. You can just go onto the site and stuff like that, and they are available if you're living in the UK or Ireland. If you're outside either of these territories, however, you'll still be able to watch the action, but you'll have to use a VPN. We recommend ExpressVPN, link down in the description. And before we show you exactly what step-by-step guide on how to access it all, please do smash like on the video. Please do subscribe to the channel as well. Right, so if you go into the RTE website, this is what it'll look like if you're outside the UK or Ireland and try to watch it. It'll say this program cannot be streamed due to rights restrictions. Now, what we're going to do is we're going to go to our VPN, and you're going to go into these three little dots on the right-hand side over here, and you're going to go and select either the UK or you're going to select Ireland. And what that's going to do is basically going to geolocate your device to make it seem as if you're in these territories. And in terms of getting SpaceVPN, I recommend getting the 12-month package because you'll first of all get an extra 3 months free, but also you're going to be able to watch the entire World Cup for free using using SpaceVPN. So once that is done, you can then go back to RTE2. I've refreshed the page, and you can't see any of the action because of my screen capture, but you can hear that music is music of one of the programs that is happening, as you can see over there. I'll just show you a bit. It is currently playing, and I can pause it and press and play and stuff like that. You can change the quality over here. It'll automatically go to the highest. You can your buffer and stuff like that. So it is currently playing on my screen because I'm connected to VPN. If yes, please do smash a like on the video. Please do subscribe to the channel as well. It's a step-by-step guide in the description. We'll see you guys live for both these games this weekend. So I hope to see you there. Please do subscribe to the channel as well. And thank you very much for watching. My name is Stephen, and I'll chat to you soon. Hello everybody, and welcome to Forever Rugby on Forever Sports. And it is semi-final number 2 time. And Leinster versus Munster. This is obviously a lot more important all of a sudden to a lot of South Africans because we're now sitting here waiting to see who will take on the Stormers in the URC final. Will it be a home final for Leinster and the Stormers will have to go over there, or will it be a home final for the Stormers if Munster can do the job tonight? So yeah, lots on the cards for this game, and it should be very interesting to see how things do go. But yeah, please up in the comments. Let me know who you're backing, what you think is going to happen, and yeah, who you guys supporting? Are we all just on the Munster train because of Stormers, or are we genuinely wanting to watch the 2 best teams play in the final? For me, that's kind of like the offset, you know. Like obviously, I think a Stormers final at home would be really cool. Be really cool for the Stormers to win the tournament, but like you want to see the best teams, don't you? And if you want to be the best, you want to beat the best. So there is a certain amount of me that wants to see Leinster win because they are the best side in the competition. And if Stormers beat them, then they're the best side of the competition. And there's a certain amount of, you know, that's what we want. You know, we want to see, if you want to be the best, beat the best type thing. So, yeah, I'm a bit torn in terms of what I'd like to see. But, yeah, we shall wait and see, shall we? I think, as I said, for the Stormers fans, it's just a case of please Munster do them a favour. Leinster fans, I think they'll be a little bit worried about, maybe not, but I'll be a little bit worried about the team that has been put out. It's a good Leinster side. It's far from the best Leinster side. In fact, I'd argue it's a bit weaker than last weekend's Leinster side. So they are backing. Good to see that they're opening up a couple more tiers with the Aviva Stadium, by the way, and looking like a much better crowd in as well. Looks like flags have been given away for free, which is quite cool to see, and hopefully we'll see a really good game. But I'm very interested to see what the general feeling is between sort of the Leinster fans about whether they're happy about the Leinster side that is being put out. So interesting to see the various sort of reactions and stuff like that. But yeah, please do smash like on the video. Please do subscribe to the channel as well, by the way. If you are here new and watching, we are just 2 subscribers, I think, short of 24,900 subscribers. So do be a darling and just go quickly subscribe, because it's very annoying looking at that number. But anyway, Leicester playing left to right. Harry Byrne, who I thought was pretty impressive. He has ball in hand, and he will get things underway. We're going to go through the teams in just a bit. In the meantime, as we do have kickoff, please do go and vote on the poll. Who do you think is going to win? And it's a first touch for Keith Earls, who made his 200th appearance for Munster a few weeks ago. Craig Casey, first touch for him. Oh, it's a nice offloading already from Munster. What the hell noise is that? There's a nice little couple of offloads, and then fires it out wide as well. So pretty bright start this from Munster. An early touch the ball for both wings, both Shane Daly and Keith Earls in the action. Not looking to kick so far are Munster. Craig Casey, a couple of phases here, and surely asking for a blocker now. as soon as it's going into touch, we can then do a bit of a catch up on who's who in the zoo and who is playing where. So there we go. Kick over the top here for Casey. Not looking for touch, but looking to try and keep it competitive. And it's a good take under the high ball there from Tommy O'Brien. Turnover ball here. First touch of the ball as well for Max Deegan. Leinster now turnover ball. McGrath going Harry nice and short, going to Will Connors. And a penalty there for not releasing for Munster. Oh, no, sorry, it's a stop and play because of a concussion, actually. So we are going to have a break and play, which is going to allow me to tell you the teams. Right, so we look at Leinster. Michael Milner, Ronan Kelleher, Michael Alalatora, Ryan Beard, Jason Jenkins. Then we've got Max Deegan, Will Connors and Jack Conan is the completes the pack there. The halfback combination, Luke McGrath, Harry Byrne continue, Dave Carney, Tommy O'Brien, Jimmy O'Brien, the back three. Robbie Henshaw comes into the side and he partners Charlie Nicotai. I mean, you look at those faces on the side, they're looking at Ross Byrne, Johnny Sexton, a couple of very important Leinster players watching on. And substitutes for Leinster, it's John McKee, Cian Healy, Thomas Clarkson, Joe McCarthy, Josh van der Fleer, Kieran Forley, Liam Turner, and Neil McCarthy. And yeah, just break and play here. I'm trying to work out who it is that's gone down very, very hard here. And it's interesting because there was actually no head contact. I'm trying to work out, I don't know if it's a whiplash thing, but it is going to be an early substitution here for Leinster, which is not good for them. For Munster, Jamie Lauman, Diamond Barron, Stephen Archer continue in the front row. John Clay has a new lock partner in Tyke Byrne. Peter O'Mahony, John Hodnett, Gavin Coombs is the loose trio. And we've then got a halfback pair of Craig Casey next to Ben Healy, Shane Daly, Keith Earls, Mike Kelly, the back three, Jack Crowley, and Anton Frisch. I mean, slight arm there, but it's very strange to see how Will Connors has gone down there. But he's going to leave the field. Doesn't look good at all for him. Substitutes on Neil Scannell, Josh Wycherley, Roman Salanoa, Phelan Wycherley, Jack O'Donoghue, Neil Cronin, Roy Scannell, and Alice Kendall. It looks like Phelan Wycherley will have an early opportunity here unless they bring on Jack O'Donoghue, probably actually the preferred replacement here. It is Jack O'Donoghue who's getting ready to come on. So we are going to have a bit of a break and play here whilst they get Will Connors off the park. Yeah, continue voting on the poll. 141 votes here. Jack O'Donoghue is getting prepared to come on. Peter O'Mahony, captain of Munster. He's going to have to need a big game if he's going to lead a side to victory. Good to see Robbie Henshaw in as well. But I mean, some of those players over there looking on here. Ross Byrne, you know, it's interesting to see that I mean, obviously Johnny Sexton's currently injured, but very much protecting Ross Byrne as well. Yeah, still taking a while yet to get Will Connors off. I'm trying to decide if I want to keep my jersey on or not. I put it on because I was running around outside and it was cold, but it's actually quite warm in this room. These are decisions I have to ponder over here. There you go, a bit of handling happening for Leinster. Keeping themselves nice and fresh. As Will Connors will eventually depart on the cart and Jack O'Donoghue comes on. Sorry, Josh van der Fleer comes down. I'm looking at the wrong flipping team list, you idiot. Josh van der Fleer is coming onto the park over here at the moment. Maybe a couple of beers too down. I'm not concentrating, trying to get myself all sorted. Andrew Porter on the bench. Not on the bench, but sitting on the bench with a couple of the other players. So Josh van der Fleer will come on. Not the worst player to be able to bring on, is it? You know, like you got an early substitution. So, well, you know, your decision is, well, do we throw on the World Current World Player of the Year? You know, is that the way we go? So pretty good to be able to have that kind of player in your arsenal to bring on. But to be fair, I'll try and protect him, which is why on the bench. So not ideal that he's going to come on and have to play a full 80. But a penalty here for Leinster. So Harry Byrne will have his first shot at goal here. Try and get the things going. Yeah, that sails over. I'm going to go and get myself another beverage. The beers have been flowing today, which has been quite a lot of fun. 152 votes. I'm going to end the poll there. It's actually very close. I didn't expect it to be this close. I think that is a sign of the team that Leinster have picked. Again, as I said, it's not a bad Leinster side. Very far from being a strongest Leinster side. So, yeah. But they do have the lead. 3 points to 0. Harry Byrne on the money early on. I thought it was very impressive last weekend. Does get back this weekend. His brother will come into the side next week, I have no doubt. Jack Conan off the kickoff. Asked to bash it up here. Luke McGrath now. Asked for a couple of blockers. He'll find a clearance. And right up against touchline. Kept inside. Going himself as Daly. Sorry, in fact, it's Mike Haley. Now nice and direct goes John Hodnett, who is starting as Ty Byrne goes into the loose trio. Good hands here now outside. Right, steps inside. Good step in there from Shane Daly. Craig Casey. Bringing in Ty Byrne. In for Archie Sneyman, but... and that is an early penalty from Josh van der Fleer. It will not be the first. I mean, it will not be the last. It's the first, it will not be the last. That is what Josh van der Fleer does so well. Big hit. Waits for it. Straight over the ball he goes. Pretty easy. You won't have too many easy opportunities in that to get a penalty at the breakdown. Wins the penalty, and Harry Byrne will kick this into touch. Finds touch halfway, but just past the 10-meter line, really. Good line up there. Firing it out to Ingertite. Strong carry from him. Quick ball as well. Yeah, Harry Byrne firing out wide. Comes back inside as O'Brien. Good carry from him. Quick ball here. Good offload. But Jason Jenkins' arms are held in the tackle, so he decides to put in a bit of a leg drive. It's the pace of play here always in the Leinster, which is so impressive. But both teams looking to really have a go here. Tommy O'Brien, very involved early on. Making a couple of meters here. But who is that? I believe that is... I think Diamond Barron has gone over that. So, yeah, it's another breakdown penalty. This time in the way of Munster. So, that's 2 breakdown penalties in the early stage. So, breakdown are going to be... I mean, when it comes to a playoff and any sort of big game, how important is the breakdown in terms of winning those penalties, disrupting the flow, and, you know, curbing what was a pretty good-looking Leinster attack. But in such a good position there, does Barron get... And Luke McGrath's never going to move him, is he? Come up a Munster again one way. Running more here. Barron, the man who won the penalty, controlling things at the back. Well, it's a really good read there. Good hands, good hands. Big hit coming on Antoine Frisch. And the penalty does come the way of Munster all the way back. So it's good starters from both sides, actually. Looking, as I said, from a game perspective, I'm enjoying the pace of play here. Craig Casey is going to be very important today. So right, so Munster penalty on the left hand side there, and they're going to kick towards touch. Important for for Healy to get to find touch. They're going to ditch this jersey. Yeah, that's much better. Yeah, I thought we'll keep the nudity off screen so we don't get demonetized. But yeah, it's quite warm in here, despite the cold and the cold beers are helping. But yeah, it is quite warm. But anyway, line-out check for Munster. Could they get the first try of the match? Just past the 5 meter line. It's pretty good take from Peter O'Mahony. As you'd imagine, one of the best line operators in world rugby. Barron controlling things at the back. Bit of a second shove now coming here from Munster. I talked about in the preview that if they're going to win this game, that physically they're going to have to try and out-muscle Leinster. Now Craig Casey wants to use it. And it's a very good carry early on there from Crowley. Now Tyke Byrne. Craig Casey, quick ball. Going pretty short to John Klein. Popping up to Casey. Hot net. Making a few yards. Slow ball this now for Casey. Oh, that's a really, really good tackle coming on Lauman. And the ball's come loose. And McGrath kicks it down that right-hand side. And Munster will have to go all the way back and start again. And it is Shane Daly gets back. So Munster all the way back towards the halfway line, having to restart now. Kick over the top is very well taken by Jerry Brown. Is in for Hugo Keenan. Interesting to see that rotate him out there again, sort of probably protecting him for next weekend. Harry Byrne now going to try to Ingatai. He's going to go to the booth there, looking for that torpedo. And a bit of time on the ball here for Haley. Now try to step on the inside, and it's a good tackle coming from Malcolm Milner. He got away from Harry Byrne. Craig Casey quickly down the left-hand side. Good hands here. Gavin Coombs. Now Peter O'Mahony looking to try and put them back on the front foot. Presents it well for Craig Casey. Now flat for Tyke Byrne. Good tackle coming from him from Ryan Beard. Now, but a half gap. So a good break there. Very good break coming from Ben Healy. And a penalty coming from Munster as well. All right, decision time because this is pretty central. Oh, how nice does that sound? I'm watching all the bubbles just rise to the top. Yeah, they're going to go for polls, yeah. Da 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 da. Right, Ben Healy, first kick of the match. It's 43 minutes out, pretty bang on front, so pretty straightforward, really. Any sort of top quality flower should be having this and doing this in their sleep. So important to start well here. Get nice confidence booster up. And level the scores. Pretty good kick, and it's straight over the middle. That's a very nice kick from Healy first up. As Munster do level scores after 10 minutes, and a lot of fans very, very happy about that. Right, Harry Byrne going down the left-hand side. Ty Byrne. Oh, that's a brilliant. I think that is Brian Beard. That is absolutely brilliant. He's got in there, got that big mid in front. It's a pretty poor pass, and very, very well cleaned up in the end from Max Deegan. But what a turnover off the line. I mean, off the restart that was from Beard. Goodness me. Michael Milner now. Leinster back on the 10-meter line. Big tackle coming on Max Deegan there. Back behind the 10-meter line. McGrath going to Josh van der Fleer. Now Byrne. Good carry there from Baird. Now a couple of options here. Good numbers there. Good tackle coming on. I think it was David Kearney in the end. Penalty advantage here for Leinster. And there he goes. Somebody comes through. I think it's Ty Byrne comes through disrupted. So they will have the penalty. What I will say though, Munster defence so far looking pretty solid. Leinster going through a couple of phases there. We're not really getting too much ascendancy. Not really getting too much go forward ball either. Tell you what, Max Deegan's been subject to a couple of big hits so far. It's a really good tackle there coming from Keith Earls. Showing he still has the class. Getting on in years as Keith Earls, but still very, very useful. Right, important line of this for Leinster. They're inside the 22. Ronan Kelleher needs to make sure he hits his man. And he does. They go straight to Jack Conan, the British and Irish number 8. A good couple of carries here. Led that towards the 5-meter line. And that's bundled into touch. Really good defense from Munster. It's interesting to see the crowd actually. Look at the... And they throw the ball down strong there. Very, very good defenses from Munster. It's a good defensive move to begin with. Big. Keith Earls, another very big hit. I think he's actually stayed down, yes, Keith Earls. No, got shaped back up. Pretty big hit from him. Didn't complete the tackle, but a big hit. And then battled into touch. Not sure what we're having a look at here. Right, Ben Princely saying Stormers see one of two in the final. We're saying just imagine Leinster lose. Well, they could very well lose. And Brian's saying one a home final, please go Munster. Yeah, I'm pretty torn about what I want to see. I'd quite like to see a Leinster Stormers final because I think they are the two best sides in the competition. I'd like to see that in a final, but obviously seeing a final down in Cape Town will be pretty cool as well. Munster having recently beaten Stormers as well, which adds a little bit extra to it. So look, the Stormers are going to have to play really, really well if they're going to win this competition regardless of who they face. It's definitely not a case of if they take on Munster, it's going to be an easy win. Very, very good line once again, and pretty strong carry there coming as well from Gavin Coon, who's going to be in for an important day at the office here. Craig Casey now looking to clear their lines. I'm convinced that was straight. Yeah, it's not straight. I was about to say the feed there from Ronan Kelly, it didn't look particularly straight. And that is the call from the referee. So it will be a scrum. I think it's our first scrum, actually. Interesting to see how this one goes. Scrum, yeah, from Munster, pretty solid. Good platform there for Healy. They're looking to shift it on quite quickly. But very, very good tackle coming. I think it was Robbie Henshaw. And back up he gets. And, yeah, very, very quickly to see why he is so good. Robbie Henshaw, Munster back behind the gain line advantage. So back to Healy. Not too many options. Goes to that left boot. Kicks it in behind. Pretty well taken in the end there. Strong carry there coming from O'Brien. Now Robbie Henshaw at the scrum half. Good handling. That's good handling, Rothburn. Good carry there from Guitar. Slow ball, yeah, from McGrath. Fires it to Michael Milner. Now Jack Conan trying to go over the advantage line on the halfway line here. Leinster going through the phases here. Not getting too much ascendancy though. Now a bit of space. Robbie Henshaw popping up to O'Brien. Back out towards the other O'Brien. Craig Casey bouncing off the tackle. Very good carry there from Jimmy O'Brien. Quick ball needed there just outside 22 here. Robbie Henshaw once again into that scrum opposition. Ryan Bird now. Strong carry from him. Harry Bird. Nice, nice, nice. Very nice offload. Jack Cohn on the angle. Now Harry Bird back inside. Good work from him. Bunch of the knock on, but it's actually been stolen. Really good work there by Stephen Archer, the tight end. So turnover ball here for Munster. Alright, so it's held up just ahead of the 22 for Healy. Returns the favour. And now, if that's got enough on it, could go. Oh, it's a really, really well taken out the air. A bit of a ping pong battle between the two teams here. O'Brien now, he's going to go to the boot. He will go to the boot, and I think it is Mike Haley underneath it. He returns the favour back towards O'Brien. Just outside 22. But it's Luke McGrath underneath it. Now he puts a bit of a chip over the top. And it looks like it will find touch. Not the worst idea. Not too much on. Just wants to find touch to sort of set up a bit of a set piece. So time off, yeah. Big Punch saying, here we go, Stormers, here we go. Yeah, so I thought we might see quite a few very happy Stormers fans here in the comments here, waiting to see who they will face in the URC final. Good game for the Stormers, but they weren't their best, and I think that is a testament, you know, the fact that they don't think they played as well as they could have and still managed to put 40 points in Connacht. I think there were definitely games, the aspects of the Stormers game, which are going to have to improve a lot before that final. But really good take from O'Brien underneath that after on the back of that line out there for Munster. So Leinster with ball in hand back inside their own half on the 10-meter line. Lifting it high in the air and it falls back towards oh no, it's pickpocket around Pierce down like that. Look at the he put in a goose step as well. He's gonna go over. Goodness me. Are you an outside back in disguise? What a try. What an absolutely brilliant try. And the goose step, that's filthy. That's disgusting. You actually shouldn't be allowed to just go and throw in a goose step like that. Sheesh. Sheesh. Now the question they're going to have to go, but yeah, I think this is fine. And just pops up doing it, you go, bang. That's the goose step here. The goose, bang. No ways. But now, this is 2023, people. We now see locks throwing in goosies. It's a hell of a thing. Hell of a thing. So we can see over here, see if it comes forward off O'Brien. I don't think it does. I think he pushes it backwards. Oh dear. Oh dear. Having said all that, this might be disallowed. No, man, you can't disallow a try. Not with the goose step from the lock, surely. This could be a knock on you. Oh, this would be heartbreaking. So Brian goes up. I think it's knocked backwards by Omani. And then, actually, I don't know who this comes off, to be honest. This over here looks like it comes off O'Brien. He's trying to hit it backwards. It then comes off. So I think it comes backwards off Omani, then potentially forwards off O'Brien. That's what they're going to check here. I think it does come off O'Brien forward, unfortunately. Oh, but surely you could just award a try just because it's cool. Like, there are certain... Oh, hello. Now we're looking really close to see if there is a touch coming from O'Brien. That angle, it looks like there is, but the other angle, I'm not convinced. Let's see what they're going to decide here. No try. Oh, no, man. That's... But it was so cool. Oh, that's heartbreaking. Absolutely heartbreaking. I mean, that'd be one of the all-time epic tries. Right. Frustrating. Because it was cool. But anyway. Oh, dear. Oh, dear, oh, dear, oh, dear. That would have been so much fun. Anyway, I want to do a poll up. I'm just trying to think about the poll. I think the poll's going to be, can the Stormers beat Leinster? Or will the Stormers win the URC? How's that for a poll? Put yes or no. Throw me in the comments. All right, KKC's ball in hand. It is a Munster scrum. And pretty even now. Bit of a, that's a second shot coming, Munster. Penalty advantage as well. Huge scrum there, Craig Casey. He wrapping around, bit of space in behind. Throws at the offload. Oh, Craig Casey! Oh, he's lost it forward. Oh, it was almost brilliant. It was almost absolutely brilliant. And yeah, adjustment of play. I think he just lodges the ball as he's trying to reel him in. Very important. It's a great supporting line. And then Josh from the play. Yeah, just managed to hit the ball as he goes across. It's a very good intervention from the World Player of the Year. Yes, the try was disallowed, unfortunately. Very frustrating. It was very cool. But we're already halfway past the in the first half. We're going to go back for the Munster penalty at the scrum. And from the penalty, it's gone back towards Barron, but I think it's all fine. I think it wasn't forward or anything like that. So Munster still with possession on the 22. Right, what can they conjure up here? Good couple of wraparounds here. Eventually straightens does Shane Daly. Craig Casey looking for quick offload. Firing out towards Tyke Byrne. Backwards is the call. No, good hands, good hands, good hands. Gavin Coos to help the gap. Ah, jeepers. And he tried to throw a bit of a chickering pass, and it's not worked out particularly well. But they do still have the ball to Munster, which I suppose is the main thing, isn't it? So going through the phases, the 12th phase now for Munster, just not getting really anywhere, to be honest. Inside ball though today, he's got a couple of meters, and he hits the offload away as well, and the offload comes. Larman has to jump on it, and there's a penalty advantage here. So penalty advantage here for Munster. And I'll go back for the penalty. This was right in front of the pass, so this should actually be then going 6 points to 3 up if they take the points here, which I'm pretty sure they will. Big tackle there coming from Ronan Keller here. I've enjoyed the physicality so far from the two teams. Not too many getting us over the advantage line. The physicality at the moment has been pretty good from both teams. Bit of a breaking player once again. That's the only thing that's been a bit frustrating about this half is that we have had quite a few breaking players due to injuries and stuff like that. But so far, I've been pretty impressed with Munster. It's not getting too much go forward ball, but keeping ball in hand. Series very much seem to be up for it. Shane Daly getting some treatment, got a cut in his head. And I believe we're at 24,900 subscribers. Things you love to see. Now we just need to find another 100 before the end of the month, which hopefully we should be able to do. We've got a URC finals to look forward to in 2 weeks' time. Anyway, Healy's waiting for his kicking tee. He's going to have a shot at goal yet, try and put Munster into the lead for the first time in the match. Pretty deserved lead as well, I think, if I must add. I think they've been probably the better of the two sides so far. Another good kick from Healy. Right, so Munster do go into the lead. 6 points to 3 after 23, almost 24 minutes. A lot of very happy fans. And yeah, very close game is remaining. So Munster do go into the lead for the first time though. And yeah, looking good with ball in hand at the moment. Very much look up for it. Good take from Tyke Byrne from the restart. Now strong carry there coming from Larman. Good restart so far from Munster. They've managed to control it. Now Craig Case is going to go back to Healy in the pocket. And Healy hammers it down the park. Not looking for touch. Right, Bird. It's down the middle of the park. Almost looks slightly overcooked, but it is going to hold up nicely. Just over the try line. Healy Oh dear, he's made a bit of a hash of that, but Harry Burns made a good tackle. He managed to get the offload away. But has he found touch? No, they're not found touch. Jimmy O'Brien is going to have a bit of a go. Really, really poor there from Haley not to find touch. Had to find touch and didn't. Now Harry Burn rather, caught in the tackle by Gavin Coombs. Good work there by the number 8 from Munster. I should have cleared now, just outside 22-yard Leinster. Trying to rebuild. Like Toro, first time we've really seen him carry today. Now Burn, and the ball behind us, Ryan Beard. The ball's been hacked ahead. We'll go back for the initial knock-on by Ryan Bard. So it will be a Munster scrum. Pretty scrappy so far, pretty tense. Very much playoff type rugby. And it seems to have gotten a lot more, a lot tighter than the early stages. Early stages, there was quite a lot of running in and around, and people looking to keep go wide quite early. This time, in the last probably about 10 minutes, has been much tighter. People looking to keep it a bit closer and not be as expansive. Another break in play. This is ridiculous. I mean, it's been 28 minutes, I suppose, since kickoff, and that's not too. We've lost 2 minutes so far, which is feel like we have had a lot of breaking plays here. Yeah, and Healy trying to step away from Birds. A really good tackle coming in from the fly half from Leinster. Right, so 4 penalties conceded by by Leinster so far. Just the one from Munster. Free kick though for Munster. You seem to be getting a couple of 50-50 decisions at the moment, and long may that continue for them, I suppose, if they're going to try and win this game. Michael Muller needs to try and sort out a couple of scrummaging issues at the moment because the scrum is not really working for Leinster so far. They're going to take another 1 yard Munster. Da, 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 da. Huge campaign for Munster. Healy firing it out towards Frisch. Long ball out towards Keith Earls. Keith Earls chipped ahead into a bit of space. Well covered there from Byrne. Drops onto his left foot, and I think it's Craig Casey back in the heel. Was it Haley? Haley stepping around. Again, runs, trying to use his footwork, but not really particularly effective. Craig Casey, bit of space down the right hand side here. Kick ahead once again. Keith Earls will give chase. In fact, there are 3 different Munster places all tearing down. Really good work there from O'Brien, right up against the touchline. He hasn't found touch. And the Leinster defence a little bit scrambled at the moment. And once again, Healy making the wrong decision and being caught there on McGrath. I really need to stop backing his step. But anyway, Peter Marty, inside ball though. Good work there to Stephen Archer, his big tight head. Now Craig Casey with a little bit of space on the left-hand side. Oh, he can run the hands. Run the hands. Out towards John Hodnett. Hodnett's going. He's into the 22. Craig Casey. That's a great take from Tyg Byrne. Not going to make too many meters, but it was a good take from him. Casey now to Healy. Popping up towards Jean Klein. Now Gavin Coombs. Good play from him. Now Healy. Oh, it's a half thing, but it's not forward. Not forward. No, penalty advantage here for Munster. Inside the 22 here. A couple of good offloads from them. Archer. Wrapped in the tackle there, so can't get the ball away. Casey to Healy. And Keith Earls on the short side, throws it back inside. It's turnover ball, will go back for the penalty advantage. Yeah, pretty good work there by Munster. A couple of good phases there. That pass over there was the difference there. Big hit coming as well. Healy at the moment is just taking a couple of big hits. But this is really, really good for Munster. They've really arrived so far. Keith Earls throwing that back inside. If that went to hand immediately, that could have been try time. But decision time now for Munster. You seem to have all the dominance at the moment. They're going to go for the corner here. Right, important line out for the, and they go to Imani. Of course they do. Whenever in doubt, they're always going to go to Imani, aren't they? Big strap here came from Munster. It's got a bit lateral, but they are making a few meters. Now a couple of backline players, Jack Crowley, Anton Frisch into that more to try and drive it forward. And the ball seems to pop back on Leinster side. Harry Bird's come away with it. And he gives it away to O'Brien, who hammers it downfield. So it's going to have to be all restarted again here from Mike Haley, who's actually left the ball behind. In fact, it's Healy, who once again is caught on the ball under a bit of pressure from the players there. O'Brien's there as well. A couple of Munster players compiling in. And Munster do win the penalty. But all the way back on the halfway line. So they're going to have to, I mean, they're trying to work out how this ball's popped on the other side. And Harry Byrne firing out to O'Brien, who eventually found the clearance. Looked like it was eventually going forward. And yeah, the ball just all of a sudden just popped out in the middle of nowhere. So who knows what went on in there. And another break in play as Healy gets some treatment. We're now almost 45 minutes after kickoff. We should, and we've only played half an hour. It's not good yet, people. It's very, very slow in play. It's going to take us almost an hour to play the first half. That's very annoying. I hate games that take this long. Got to try to speed up the pace of play here, people. Here's the blood bin here. I think Haley's been in the wars a little bit, and I think he's going to have to go off here, chaps. We cannot be putting a towel on his head every single time, every single break of play. Right, and a change here for Munster. I think Healy's actually gone off here, or Haley's gone off here. One of the two. And now Scannell's come on, so I think it is Healy that's actually walked off with a blood bin. So now Scannell onto the park as we do a restart. Yeah, so the blood replacement there. So it is Healy that makes way. And yeah, so we'll see Jack Crowley shift back into that 10 jersey. Well, 10 position, I suppose. He's still wearing the 12. 6 penalties conceded so far from Leinster, 3 from Munster. So it's been a sloppy half from Leinster. And Munster have got a lot of dominance, but if they don't get to half time and have made it a count, they'll be very frustrated. If they can get into half time with a try lead, for example, you score a try here, get to sort of 13 points to 10-point lead, that'll be the perfect first half as John Hodnett comes off the back of that maul. Strong carry there from Jean-Claude Craig Casey. Firing it out towards Crowley. I think it is. No, it's not Scannell. His first carry of the day. Hot net. Making a meter or two. Strong carry there from Frisch. Now Barron hit hard in the tackle. Not getting too much gain line advantage here, Munster, as they go into their 11th phase. Now it's a little bit different. Good hands. And the ball's been knocked forward. It hasn't been knocked forward. Well, it's definitely been knocked forward there by Harry Byrne. You can't quite gather it. And they're going to go back for the initial knock-on. So it'll be a scrum for Munster, which is not the worst result for them. They have had the dominance of the scrum, so the scrum penalty could very much be on the cards over here for them. But just again, they've got the dominance. The Leinster defence is proving to be very difficult to break down. But Munster at the moment, pretty guilty of not really taking the opportunity so much. So far, had a lot of possession. Luke McGrath going for the tackle and knocking it on, but not intentionally, so no penalty or anything there. Yeah, so they're playing a lot here. I don't think there's anything intentional there from McGrath. He's generally going for the tackle, so I think a knock-on is fine. I don't think it's a penalty or anything. To be honest, as I said, it's a knock-on, it's a scrum. Munster scrum pretty well. There's a penalty. I think it's a harsh penalty. I think it's a very harsh penalty. So the penalty has come. They're going to go for the line. To be honest, I think this would have been the result anyway, the way that Munster have been scrummaging. So the penalty would deliver knock-on. I think that's quite harsh, to be honest. But it is what it is. Right, with 7 minutes to go, Munster wants to get onto the 5-meter line. It's going to be an important throw here from Diamond Barron as Jeremy Lamy comes and gives him the instructions. 2 of the tiers filled here for the Aviva Stadium. The top tier not being used. That'll definitely be in use next weekend. And Gavin Coons at the back of the line out. 5 meters short here, Munster. Craig Casey popping up to Tyke Byrne. Tyke Byrne, nice big carry from him. Tyke Byrne, and the ball's been ripped in the channel. Jack Conan's come away with it. He's still going against Jack Conan. He's tell you what, he's gone from the try to outside the 22. That's a brilliant run from him. Back to Harry Byrne, goes short to Alatoa. Once again, Munster not able to take the advantage from that penalty, and Leinster continue to survive as Harry Byrne finds a pretty decent clearance. Doesn't find touch though, and so Crowder's going to have an opportunity here. He's going to go himself, steps away from one. Eventually brought down by Josh van der Fleer. Craig Casey. And he goes to Coombs. Now Lama in a bit of space. Good tackle coming from Robbie Henshaw. Oh, that's a poor knock on there from Keith Earls. I mean, it's interesting because Leinster have been pretty average so far, but defensively, they're just not given an inch. And Munster are desperately trying to score points. Once again, a couple of phases here, then the ball just comes loose. And Leinster turn it over. So they've done very well. A couple of very crucial turnovers. Surviving at the moment on Leinster, doing all the defensive work. Which I don't think they'll mind, to be honest. Although, as I said, with the game next weekend, this is kind of, I suppose, why they have rested a couple of players. Because you don't want Josh van der Fleer making 20 to 25 tackles, which really does drain the body. But at the end of the day, this is the URC semi-final, and you've got to play up to the best you can if you're going to win it. So, yeah, Leinster at the moment, I think, surviving. Munster not able to take the opportunities they've been given. And I think if they go to the score, to go to half-time with this score, to be honest, I think Leinster will probably be the happier of the two teams. Because they'll know that they haven't had a lot of possession. They'll know that they haven't had the better chances, and yet will only be trailing by 3 points. So 5 minutes to go for half time, or basically 4 minutes to go for half time. Leinster do a scrum inside their own half, and that's pushing without the ball. And there's a free kick for Leinster. Right, Harry Byrne pushes high in the air for a couple of chasers to run after. I think it looks like O'Brien is chasing hard, but it's pretty well taken up there. I think it's Crowley. That's Haley. Right, Craig Casey's going to return the favour. He's going to go to that left boot of his. He lifts it high in the air, and Shane Daly's after it. Ball falls back to Ella Latour, the tight head. Now good hands is from Leinster. Good hands. Robbie Henshaw into a gap. Inside ball. Long pass out wide. Cuts inside. Really good work there. Leinster on the charge here through Dave Kearney. Ball available. Harry Byrne firing out towards Max Deegan. Sorry, in fact, it's Jason Jenkins, the big South African. Now Harry Byrne. They've got numbers. Oh, he ran into the space. Big tackle from Daly there on Charlie Ingetai. Slow ball this from Leinster, but they just tried that. They're on the 22. Milner trying to get them over the advantage line. Now McGrath. Robbie Henshaw made that initial break. Really good work there from the British Irish line centre. Now Harry Byrne trying to throw a half offload, and I think it's been turned over. Ingetai's dived on it, and Omani will try to get over it, but I think the ball is going to come back the side of Leinster. It does. Josh van der Fleer. Oh, that's a great offload. Jason Jenkins into a gap. Jason Jenkins, can he go all the way? He does go all the way. Try is awarded against the run of play. They weathered the storm. They took the opportunities when they came, and Leinster are the first team to go over the whitewash. This won't be chalked off. They were over earlier. This time, Ryan Bearslock partner Jason Jenkins goes over. He opens the scoring. Good work, and again, as you know, if you're a Munster fan, you've watched this Pastor play going, we had to take those chances count. We had to make those chances count. Good offload there. Great bit of handling there from Jason Jenkins. Bit of a fumble. He's going. He just backs himself. Powerful leg drive. He's got the momentum. Craig Casey's desperately trying to get underneath the ball, but can't. And Jason Jenkins. Right, beer number 4 does go down. We're on the lagers here, boys. We're on the lagers. Definitely getting through a few here, but that is the problem, isn't it, against Leinster, is the fact that you've had the opportunities to try to score tries, didn't really take, and all of a sudden they're on your side of the park, they go over, and you're now trailing. So that is what makes them so good. But like the Stormers, really, who had to defend a lot, and as soon as they got a sniff of a chance, they took it and punished them. So all of a sudden, Leinster, who barely had the ball, have a 4-point lead. Deep restart there. Oh, no. And O'Brien's knocked it backwards, I think. Jack Conan's got on a good run. He's played really well with that ball in hand. Been in good form so far, Jack Conan. Played very well against Toulouse a couple of weeks ago. Yeah, McGrath's just happy to hammer it out into touch. So, half-time score, 10 points to 6. And yeah, I think it's been an interesting half. I think Munster will be very upset about this. As I said, I reckon Leinster will definitely. I mean, obviously they're ahead, but they'll go in very much feeling like they were the better side. Well, not the better side, but that they're in charge because they weathered a storm that they had to, and they've still managed to go back in at halftime with a lead, despite not being probably the better side in the half. So that is the quality. That is Leinster. 10 points to 6. Munster had had opportunities, didn't really take them. The question is, can they come back in the second half? We'll find out in about 10 minutes. Right, and we are live. Hello, everybody, and welcome to Forever Rugby. It is a Thursday night already. As myself and Chris talking about before, it seems like we were doing a fan forum yesterday, but it's been another 7 days, been another hectic weekend of rugby. And lots to talk about tonight with 2 South African teams crashing out of the URC. One South African team, however, already pitching up as we head into the URC semi-finals of this weekend. Also some interesting results in the Currie Cup. Very much getting to the business end of competitions. Now tonight, I am joined by Reza and Chris. Chaps, are we well?
Can't
Yeah,
complain.
good mate. Thank you.
Yeah, we're gonna get nice and controversial a little bit about the Sharks and the Bulls and the very wet fish performances we saw last weekend. So lots to chat about in the next sort of 45 minutes. By the way, if you have anything to say, please do chuck it in the comments. We've got a poll running there saying, will the Stormers make the URC final? So go and give us your opinion. Will they? Will they not? Go and vote. But yeah, so chaps, URC semi-finals, which means that last week we did see 4 teams going out that were Ulster, Bulls, Sharks, and Glasgow. Now, technically 2 upsets in inverted commas in terms of teams who finished below their counterparts that did win. Although Glasgow and Munster were pretty, they were 4th and 5th and about 8, I think it was about 6 or 7 points difference. So it wasn't massively different between them. But let's kind of work through the game of the weekend. So first of all, on Friday, we saw Ulster going down to Connacht. A pretty typical sort of playoff game, I think. A bit of an arm wrestle. The skill set on display was pretty awful. There were a lot of knock-ons, very scrappy, messy game. But, the big thing I think for me is as a Stormers fan, do you watch that game and are you nervous of this Connacht side? Chris, what was your sort of take on that Ulster Connacht game?
Yeah, one of huge disappointment, obviously, because that got us out of our betting multiple straight away for the weekend. So it was not a result I was expecting at all, to be honest. But maybe in hindsight, Ulster haven't been the force that they've been recently. Let's be fair. They have, not as strong usually. I mean, I backed them because I backed them usually in an Irish derby home. You usually go there. As I said in last week's show, Connacht away are often dodgy. But Connacht arrived, eh? I mean, it's one of those games where you can see in the first 10 minutes where the game's going. You could see by the body language and the physicality that Connacht were the team that were up for it. And I was sitting there roared after 10 minutes because Connacht were the one making headway and Ulster weren't. So that was let's face it, was a shock, but well played to Connacht. I mean, they've got themselves set themselves up to come down to the Stormers. So, but I mean, good for those. Typical knockout derby sloppy game, and Connacht came through, so well done to them.
Yeah, I was quite impressed with the pack of Connacht and a couple of nice big performances there because I think if Ulster had really sort of bullied them in front, I think there would have been sort of one-way traffic. But look, Ulster did try to come back towards the end, but just didn't really have enough of the tank. Reza, I don't know how much you caught of it.
I didn't catch too much of that game. I watched a little bit of the highlights, but pretty impressive Connacht to be honest. It's one of those things though. You get to finals rugby, and I feel like you've earned a right to be there. And Connacht on form should probably have been there. And on your day in finals rugby, anybody can win. We said that last week. I can see already. There's a couple of comments in the chat. Henk Ruse saying those are guys that wrote off the Stormers off, and we'll get to that in a second.
No, I'm actually going to get into it right now. When did we ever write the Stormers off? Because a couple people have said this. In fact, I think it might be the same person. When did we ever go back to those last week? And when did any of us say that Stormers are going to lose?
Yeah, I'm not entirely sure where that's come from, but maybe there's some ventriloquism going on because I don't remember ever saying that. But what I will say is that my point is when we were discussing the Stormers and Bulls last week, and the same applies to this kind of game, is that anyone can win on their day. That's the point we were trying to make. Barring Leinster, who we were very sure about, everyone else was in with a chance. That's kind of my view on it. And so, as much as I didn't catch too much of that game in particular, that's just my view. I think that I don't think we can read too much into it that, kind of on the trail to a final or on their way to a win. But improvements for them, fantastic for them as a team. And I hope they continue improving.
Yeah, well, I think we have to wait and see exactly how good they are going to be this weekend. But let's move to the next game, which was the Stormers Bulls game. Now, we all said that it had the potential to be quite close if the Bulls rocked up. We all said that there was Stormers' game to lose, and at home they should have too much. Interestingly enough, a lot of us were saying that we weren't sure if Deon Fourie was going to be fit. We didn't expect Deon Fourie to be fit, and I think he did play quite well as well. Leon Zast coming back as well, getting onto the score sheet as well. So for me, if I look at that game, probably the strongest. I think the close the Stormers are going to get to it. The strongest side they have, and a performance that looked a lot more like them. In terms of them having Marnie Lubach controlling things. I thought Herschel Yankees played very well. Again, we talked about the fact that we wanted Herschel Yankees to start and stuff like that. But Reese, I'll start with you this time. Yeah, an interesting game. But Bulls didn't really pitch up. Stormers, probably the scoreline probably flattering the Bulls in the end, that late try. But Stormers were in the driving seat from the get-go and never really looked back.
100%. And I think that, Bulls didn't just quite kick out of fourth gear at any stage in that entire game, which is a pity for them. I really do believe that they showed enough to warrant that they have the ability to do it. But it's the story of their season, much the same with the Sharks. They have not quite rose to the occasion when they've needed to. They've got the ability to. It's just, I'm still not convinced that their coaching at the moment has gone the right way. So Stormers, it's not a surprise. There's nothing there that shocked us. Again, I'll deal with those comments. I don't know what was going on. I don't know what we said last week that made everyone have the impression that we were backing the Bulls. But yeah, we have to lend some credit to the Stormers. They've had a tough couple of weeks leading into this quarter, shown a lot of grit. And I hope that this quarterfinal is a sign of things to come for them going into the semis and hopefully a final. If they can sustain that BMT that they were showing, just soaking up the pressure when they needed to, playing smart rugby, and just avoiding the small errors is what got them where they are today and went over the Bulls.
Yeah, I think going to some of the comments. I think PK makes a good point. He says, imagine you're 9-10 finding form in the knockouts behind a world-class pack. The Stormers will be cruising to the finals. I think that was very important. I thought that we spoke about the fact that I said that I wasn't convinced about Paul DeVette, and I'd like to have seen Herschel Yankee start, which he did. And I thought he played very well. And Marnie Lubach as well looked back to his best. And I think those two in tandem control things. And I think that was a very big point of difference for them. Whereas I think the Bulls just didn't really manage the game particularly well.
I'm a big fan of Marnie, by the way. I mean, sure, he had a couple of off weeks here and there, but overall, I think he's really, really starting to show a bit of form, bit of class, and I think higher honors are soon incoming.
Yeah, and I know Chris had a couple of audio issues, so I'm not sure, Chris, if you can hear me, if you want to add your 2 cents about the Stormers Bulls game. I think he can hear us, but we can't hear him, unfortunately. So Chris might have to go back to the earset. In the meantime, we'll just continue talking about the fact that the Bulls got a bit of a crisis. Jake White talking about a bit of a rebuild, saying he wants to go to, he wants Ruan Nokia to bulk up a little bit. He wants, a couple of props, for example. I think he's pretty right in terms of they need him to be a rebuild, but I think a lot of it's been a bit of a systemic issue where they've, I think 2 years ago, probably had the best squad in the country on paper and haven't really added to it or sorted it out. And all of a sudden, they're not the best squad. And yeah, just looked a little bit aimless.
I mean, it's a little controversial. I'm not entirely sure I agree with that.
Hey, coming out of COVID, they won everything. They won two cups in a row, the Super Rugby thing, as well as the Rainbow Cup, and then got to the Rainbow Cup final.
What I'm saying is that I'm not entirely sure I'm convinced by Jake's comments.
Okay.
Not for the first time, by the way. Jake Hater incoming here, but it's just, I don't know. I think that's passing the buck. And he did it with the Currie Cup team. He's doing it again now with the senior team. It's like, you know what? You actually have one of the very best squads in world rugby at your disposal. Maybe not the best squad in URC, but it's pretty damn far up there. And you're saying that you can't, that it needs a rebuild. Like you said, 2 years ago, they were one of the best squads. They haven't really had a huge player trade either.
Well, I'm trying to think. So they lost, obviously, they lost Marcel Couture, lost Trevor Newcarney, lost Dwayne from Mulan. In the back line, not too many players.
Yeah, a decent amount of replacements, though, in those positions. Admittedly, not of the same caliber, one might say, but prospects for the future, certainly. And And it's just like, I don't know. I'm not really convinced by Jack White's comments there, and it just feels like he's trying to divert from maybe his own staff's inadequacy in the back there in getting that squad to where they should be. But look, at the end of the day, we need to talk about their campaign overall, and there's nothing to be ashamed about getting into a quarterfinal of the URC. The fact that we're saying that they weren't haven't been great and that they've still gotten there. It should goes to show just the high expectations that we have for that squad and for that coaching staff. Um, and I think they should still hold their heads up high. Maybe not the campaign they wanted, but not a total write off.
Yeah, look, I think the biggest thing for them is that they were going to need a home playoff really to sort of give them quite a big boost. And I think obviously it's quite difficult to go and win down in Cape Town. That I think has played quite a big role. Only so half of them. I mean, yeah, Stormers winning at home, Leinster winning at home. But yeah, it's an interesting one. Yeah, and it's difficult to know exactly what the right answer is. We're gonna try bring back in Chris if he can hear us.
Can you guys hear me?
We can hear you, Chris. Tell us all about reasons throwing in Jake Slander. And are you going to jump on the Jake Slander or the Stormers? Right, we are back. Kick off. And Leinster versus Munster. Leinster currently leading by 4 points. And I think Munster very much will be very frustrated at half-time. I've got to get a beer. I'll get it now. Half-time, because I thought they played really well in the first half in terms of having dominating possession, getting themselves into the right areas, winning prime penalties, but not being able to capitalize it enough. And Leinster, well, that's what they do so well, isn't it? They've hung on, they've defended really well, and then when the opportunities they presented it, they've been very clinical. So I think Munster will need to score first, and Peter O'Mahony's got a half gap. Peter O'Mahony through on the gap. He's got an inside option. Great tackle coming there by Robbie Henshaw. Oh, that's a huge hit there coming on Crowley as well. Good work there from Jack Conan. And that's a dreadful pass in case he's just throwing it out. Oh my goodness. I'm going to get a beer in the meantime. Right, we're back. The good news is we do have our beverages. But anyway, turnover ball here for Leinster. Winning the ball back in the line. Yeah, I think Leinster will want to definitely have more possession in this second half. Have to do a lot of defending in the first half. Munster probably a bit of much the same, except being a bit more clinical and taking their chances. So yeah, interesting to see. Oh, it's a great inside ball. Stephen Archer, and he's got the offload away to Gavin Coombs. Gavin Coombs looking for options. Gavin Coombs is brought down by McGrath up toward the 22. Much better for Munster. A couple of line breaks now. Craig Casey, quick ball to Ty Byrne. Ty Byrne, it's a horrible pass, but a good pickup. Ball over the top. Keith Earls coming inside. Keith Earls running a hard line there as well. Casey going on the blind side to Haley. Now Jeremy Lauman. Much better for Munster. Good work there. Now Craig Casey. Short to Peter O'Mahony. Ball pops out. Casey, not too many options. Just go Stephen Archer. Stephen Archer, I think he's lost the ball forward, isn't it? Yeah, about to say, it looked like he lost the ball forward. And that kind of sums up the day that... Oh, I've got greasy hands. I'm having a couple of chips. That kind of sums up the day that Munster have had. Oh, there we go. They've had some really good moments, some really good line breaks, and then a moment like that where they've just lost the ball forward, not under a lot of pressure. So it's been a very frustrating game from Munster, who I think should probably be ahead. But look, you can only play what's in front of you, and Leinster are defending pretty well. Let's go look at some of the stats, shall we? Michelle saying earlier, imagine if Munster actually win this game. They can win this game. They definitely can. They're definitely out of it. We'd all like a beer. Sharing is caring. Well, you got to get organised, I went out and got myself plenty of beers earlier, so now I get to enjoy some lagers with some ruggers. Gonna go on to meet some mates for a birthday party after this, so it could be a big night ahead. Hope not as big as last night. We got home at 3 in the morning. I'm ashamed to say. But if you go look at some of the stats here, 54% possession with Munster, but for me, it's tackles. Actually, apparently they've each had to make 95 tackles. I'm surprised about that. I feel like Leinster made a lot more tackles. And Munster actually having missed 2 more. So Leinster 85%, Munster 83%. Apart from that, all the stats pretty close. Apart from that one last line up from Leinster. Not too much actually separating the two sides from the stats-wise. But the challenge is field. I mean, possession-wise, for example, Munster 54% to 46%. 55 actually in the first half. So you kind of feel like they've had much more of the ball. But another break in play here. That's the one thing that's been really poor about this game, is that it is that it's now an hour and an hour 12 minutes after kickoff. I suppose we're actually not doing too badly from time wise. Actually, no, we're about 10 minutes behind really. An hour and 12 minutes, and so we lost 10 minutes in that first half, but which we didn't need. So that's annoying. It has been a very stop-start game. You need to try and get a bit of flow going here. Right, big scrum here now for Leinster. Defensive scrum, they fired out towards Harry Byrne. Needs to find a good clearance. Won't find touch. So opportunity here for Haley. Haley's almost through, brought down by Robbie Henshaw. He's been really good today as Robbie Henshaw. Really showing his class. Now Craig Casey trying to get things going again. Crowley's still seeing it fly half there. This is good work there. Dave's got a half gap. Josh Flair trying to catch but the ball inside to Scannell. Craig Casey now sniping, looking for options. Jean Klein provides one. Munster into the 22. Can they finally be clinical enough to try and find some points here? Alright, Craig Casey, Crowley. Fresh earns a half interception. Ball backwards with O'Brien, but comes back to Earls. So Munster still with ball in hand. Now still going through the phase here on Munster. They're 10 metres out. Ty Byrne back on the angle. Laumann trying to get over the varnish line. They're about 5 metres out now. Sorry, carry there. Keith Earls hugging the touchline over there, as is Shane Daly on the other side, if they do want to go to the wings. Now pick up and go from Jeremy Laumann. Ty Byrne popping it up to Peter O'Mahony. Peter O'Mahony making a couple of meters. Archer popping it up to Gavin Coombs, but hard in the tackle by 3 Leinster players. And the ball has been ripped, but a penalty advantage, and a penalty does come. To be honest, I think they almost have to take the points at the moment. They just don't look like scoring, do they? And Leinster just desperately hanging on defensively. It was good work there by Van der Flair, but it was a great inside ball as well. Alright, so a substitution here for Munster. Early sub in the second half here after 45 minutes. I think it is an injury enforced. And John Klein's going to make way. So Peter Wycherley's onto the park. Right, they're going to tap and go here on Munster. It's on the right-hand side, 5 metres out. Can they score a try? So far, good defence here from Leinster. Ty Byrne. Solid carry there. German Laumann, penalty advantage again for offside. Tell you what, Leinster could be at risk of exceeding a yellow card here, actually, they don't be careful. Ty Byrne, pick up and go from him. He's got a lot of support. The question is, can he free his arms? The rest trying to find grounding. I don't think he is. He is. He has found grounding. Goodness me. Well, there we go. They took the risk. They went for the tap and go. A couple of good phases. In fact, Ty Byrne was pretty important in all of that. And he is the man who eventually goes over and does score a try. Munster back in the lead. Well, game on. Game on. A big carry, a lot of players then coming on to support there. Surprised they managed to find grounding, to be honest, because there was a lot of players in and around that. But the try was awarded. Munster have added the extras. Then all of a sudden, Leinster trail by 3. And the question for Leinster is, how do they manage the game from a subs point of view, for example? Who do they look to bring on? Because if you look at the bench, they've already brought on Josh van der Fleer, who's kind of a bit one of the sort of the bigger players they can bring on. Probably the biggest player you can bring on, really. You've got Cian Healy, for example, who, as I said, has come on. McCarthy's quite a nice player. But I think that's actually a knock-on coming from Munster, so that's pretty poor from the kickoff. And all of a sudden, Leinster have a scrum. Josh van der Fleer seems to be involved there. Right, Cian Healy's first scrum. Now Munster putting a lot of pressure on the Leinster scrum in the first half. Now Leinster with an attacking scrum inside the 22. What can they conjure up? Can they hit back? Big scrum coming from Leinster. Well, the question is, was the Cian Healy going to make a difference? Harry Byrne fired a long pass out wide on the bounce to O'Brien, who's 1-on-1 with Haley. And Shane Daly's come across and made the tackle. That seemed a bit average from Leinster, to be honest. No real options. They just sort of went to Harry Byrne and he just sort of flung a pass out wide. He was never really going to get there either. I mean, he had miles to try and carry. But they do have ball in hand. Luke McCall going to Byrne. Quick ball to Adelaide. Good carry from him. Still inside the 22 here on Leinster. McGrath, solid carry. I think that's Jack Conan once again. He's carried very well so far. And right inside to Robbie Henshaw. Good carry from the number 13. McGrath going down the blind side. Harry Byrne going himself. Support from Deegan. McGrath back to Henshaw. Henshaw brought down by Ty Byrne. Quick ball here to McGrath. Ryan Byrne doing very well there to hold on to it. Slightly behind him. Leinster on the doorstep here. Popped up to Jack Conan. Lots of Leinster forwards arrive. It doesn't look like they're going to load too wide anytime soon. Cian Healy's got Adelaide turn. As was Josh van der Fleer and Ronan Kelleher. Now Max Deegan, pick up and go from him. Josh van der Fleer. Pops it up and it's a solid carry there from Cian Healy, I think it is. Pick up and go now from Jason Jenkins. Not the best option. Now popping up to O'Brien. The little wing. Keeping it very close here on Leinster. Pick up and go from Jack Conan. So I think it's Max Deegan actually. 6 and the 8 looking very similar here. Can't really see much from the back. And it looks like Ty Byrne's turned it over. He has turned it over. Turnover ball for Munster. That is absolutely brilliant defence from the away side. And now Craig Casey just needs to find a good clearance. And he's gone with that snap box kick. He hasn't found touch, though. This is Crawley that's onto the park, by the way. Tackled by Keith Earls. McGraw going down the left-hand side. Harry Byrne. Let's go straight from Ty Byrne inside. And now it's been kicked ahead. So it's a long track back for Guitar. He's giving a bit of pressure here. Steps away very, very well. And goes to the boot. Needs to find touch. Does find touch. That's absolutely brilliant work from the inside centre. Under a lot of pressure there. Very, very calm head. Let's have a look at this turnover here. Yeah, it's a counter ruck, really. The ball was out, and they came through. I think it's Archer and Ty Byrne actually there, and very good chase here coming, and good work there just to round and get away from Barron. Didn't get tying, find a touch just inside Munster's half. So it will be a change as well for Munster. It looks like Stephen Archer's coming off, which means that Roman Salanoa is going to take to the field. So it'll restart with live. So a couple of subs here. So just trying to sort of assess exactly who's come on. Here comes Niall Scannell. Goes to Rory. The two Scannells on. Josh Wycherley on in the park as well. Right, restart here. It'll be a Munster throw. Just inside their half. Really, really good line up that one as Jack O'Donoghue went up and received it. So he's also to block. Good wrap around here as well. Keith Earls getting the ball away. Really good carry as well, Haley. Desperate tackle coming from O'Brien. Big tackle not coming from Charlie Ingatai. And Craig Casey had a bit of pressure. Turnover ball. Josh van der Fleer's come away with it. So Munster caught napping a bit there. Short there from Guitar to Max Deegan. Ball's come loose here, and I think it's been turned over by O'Brien. There's a penalty for Munster. So I'll tell you what, it's just very, very sloppy in this first 11 minutes. Right, penalty for Munster. They lead by 3 with 18 minutes left on the clock. Sorry, 28 minutes left on the clock. And only 12 minutes in. I looked at the time, it's 5 to 8, and we've still got 28 minutes. Ridiculous. This game is supposed to finish well before 8:30. It's going to finish definitely after it. Right, Munster up to 22. You feel that 3 points might not be enough. Need to try and build that lead a little bit if they're going to try and steer off any Leinster fight back. Craig Casey inside to Shane Daly. Well read by Leinster though. I think it was Jason Jenkins who made that tackle. Now I think it's been turned over actually here by Leinster. I think Craig Casey on the ball. I don't know who's got it yet. Jack O'Donoghue comes away with it. Cian Healy working hard. Josh van der Fleer in and around there. Ty Byrne doing well to remove him from the equation. Craig Casey. Wycherley now carrying it up. Munster just inside the 22. Craig Casey, it's a good pass. And Rory Scannell making a couple of yards. Good continuity this from Munster, but we've seen this before. We now need to see if they can make it count. There's a nice carry there by Naskandel. Going through the phases here on Munster. Slow ball here for Casey. Going to Tyburn. Once again, very slow ball here for Casey. 11 phases so far for Munster. Now a big carry coming in from Josh Wycherley. But just not make a penalty advantage here. That's going to be important. That could be an extra 3 points. But they've also got a 3-roll of the dice here. The ball's got a bit loose here. Crowley, not too many options. Goes himself. You got to try something different here, guys. You got penalty advantage. A little chip over the top, something. Craig Casey trying to go himself. Penalty advantage right by the pole. So this should be 16 points to 10. Oh, they got numbers. They got numbers. They got numbers. Daly through. Keith Earls back inside. To Daly. They're within 5. Gavin Coombs inside. Oh, they left the ball behind. They're still going. Keith Earls cutting inside. Now wrapped up by Jack Conan and Ryan Bard. They're now moving backwards here, man. So still have penalty advantage. Casey once again sniping himself. Josh van der Fleer trying to get his hands over that ball. And they'll go back for the penalty. And surely they'll take the points here. They're going for the corner. They're going for the corner. That's very, very, very interesting. Wouldn't have picked that one. Wouldn't have picked that one at all. And they've butchered it slightly. That's fallen back to John Hodnett. Craig Casey desperately trying to speed up play here. They're all the way back to the 22 though. So once again, Munster with a good opportunity and they're not really managing to take full advantage of it. Now Scannell trying to find a half gap, shot inside, closing that that gap though, making a good tackle. Craig Casey back towards the left-hand side now. Outside the 22 yet now, Munster. Haley to Keith Earls, popping it up to Crowley, trying to keep it alive. Going himself. Tell you what, Wycherley has put in a lot of work since coming on. Feenan Wycherley. Now the kick pass out towards Daly. No, sorry, it's actually Roy Scannell gets away from one. Right up against the touchline. Pick up and go here coming from Haley. Craig Casey. Good hands, good hands. Tyburn almost to a half gap. 50 meters out. 11 phase once again for Munster now. Craig Casey, not too many options. Just pops it up to Wycherley. It's another very strong carry from him. Tell you what, he's been full of work since he's come on. Jack O'Donoghue now. Big tackle coming on him. Tyburn inside ball to Wycherley. Another pick up and go. They're just short here, Munster. They are just short. Slow ball here. Jack O'Donoghue, just short. They're on the brink. They're on the brink. Seleno on the park as well. Seleno made hard the tackle and he's lost it forward. Not again. And they get, well, I'll tell you what, that's a hell of a run from Max Deegan, who's made a couple of yards. And that, is, for me, has been Munster's entire day. So many good moves, so many phases, and just can't find that final phase to score a try. I mean, they should be 20 points 10 up here. And the question is how they're not. Advantage over Leinster do clear their lines. They do hang on. Well, I'll tell you, if Munster don't win this game, they'll be absolutely kicking themselves. They've had so much possession, so much dominance, but just can't make it count. They can't make it count. They just keep. I mean, the Leinster defense must be congratulated, but just no composure. Almost no variance in attack. That's a good carry from Gavin Coombs. They just haven't really had a point of difference so far. That's a poor offload from Wishley, and Torres dived upon that. So, turnover ball here for Leinster. Harry Byrne's going to kick him behind as well. I tell you what, Ty Byrne is chasing after this. O'Brien's after this. O'Brien's got all the pace. And it's been brilliantly worked from Haley. Mike Haley. I think it's going to be a knock-on from O'Brien. Out of absolutely nowhere. It looked like this was certain to be O'Brien coming in here. And Mike Haley shows an absolutely brilliant turn of pace. The ball does start to fall towards him, and he goes for the dive early on. Just disrupt O'Brien, and it goes forward often. That looked like it was certainly going to be a try. That is a try-saving dive coming in from Mike Haley. It's absolutely brilliant. Right, goal line drop out now. Crowley's moving to that fly-off channel. Goes down the left, straight into the opposite position. Harry Byrne gives inside to Jack Conan. Jack Conan's been full of running when he's had the chance. Now, kid idiot, first receiver, Harry Byrne to O'Brien, who was, meters away from scoring and putting Leicester back in the lead. Maguire going to Byrne. Byrne for the wraparound. He goes to Crowley. Good work there. Just about 22 now. Robbie Henshaw, not too many options. Goes himself. Wrapped up by Wycherley and Tyke Byrne. McGrath to Byrne. Crawley. Ryan Beard. Well, I'll tell you what, he's taking Keith Earls for a ride. Right into the 22 now, Leinster. Good carry there from Ronan Kelleher. Big carry that as well from Jack Conan once again on the shoulder. That's a solid carry from Joe McCarthy onto the park. Jack Conan once again, ball in hand. Leinster now doing all the attacking. I really tell you what, this has been a Goliath battle, just physicality. It's been like it's been titanic, I think is the word. Alatoa, just been hard hitting, hasn't it? I mean, it's felt like a bit like a test match. Just absolutely relentless. Max Deegan this time. 13 phases so far for Leinster. Big carry once again coming from McCarthy. And O'Brien's in lots of space on the right-hand side. Pick up and go here from Leinster. Phase number 16. They're just short. They're 2 minutes short. Can they recycle this? McCarthy sees a bit of space. Max Deegan was ready to go. He wanted it quickly. Pick up and go. They're just short, Joe Leinster. Now there's a celebration from Cian Healy. Try time, Leinster! Well, I think they must have at least about 21, 22 phases. It was absolutely relentless. Proper test match style rugby, this. Keeping it tight, just bashing it on and on and on and on. And eventually managing to break down the defense. It is Joe McCarthy who eventually goes over. He had a lot of carries in that work, and just shifting from the side here, and there he is. The referee seeing enough to award the try. This will probably give us a bit of a better angle. Can't see much, can we? Can't see much. And it's a good kick coming as well from Harry Byrne. So it's Carly actually who's taken over proceedings. Right, so Leinster back in front, 15 points. Has he missed it? I'm pretty sure I saw the flags raised. Yeah, well, apparently he's missed it. 15 points to 13. Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear, oh dear. Right, 16 minutes to go. Who is going to have the better? Who can outlast? That's really what it feels like. It's about almost outlasting each other. Right, it's good restart from Leinster. And penalty for Leinster at the breakdown. And all of a sudden, it's amazing how suddenly a bit of a couple of moments to you, and all of a sudden a bit of momentum switch. So a big penalty. I think McCarthy, by the way, wins the penalty. So the youngsters come on, been absolutely brilliant for Leinster. We talked about players who come on and make a difference. I mentioned how he's a very, very promising, good player to watch out for. 22 years of age, big 120 kgs, just shy of 2 meters, and he's come on and looked pretty good. Yeah, Cullen watches on. Right, going to some of the comments over here, saying, Michelle saying, while this game is physical, Stormers are going to have to up their game next week, 100%. Zombie saying, Ulster losing to Connacht and Leinster losing to Munster, might as well hand the title Stormers in the quarters. Can't use focusing on Europe as an excuse. You know, fair enough. Look, still a lot to do, and I think Stormers will have to do a lot to beat either of these sides. But that's a good kick in behind. It's going to find touch. No, not going to find touch. The kick from Dave Carney. Now chip and go here from Mike Haley. Pretty well read from Crawley. His kick and chases into a bit more space. As Daly comes across. Makes the tackle. Good offload though. That's not a great offload. Keith Earl's yet there. Not too many options, so he just hammers it downfield. But Bird is pretty well placed. Goes across to O'Brien. O'Brien's a try to tie next to him. Chips it over the top. Good covering though. I think it was that's Crawley. I think it was. Now McGrath. This is high in the air. Brian not particularly interested in chasing it. The ball does bounce though. In fact, it was Crawley who was chasing it. And a knock on from Munster as well. So it did take a knock on as it bounced. I think it was Gavin Coombs, the man who knocked it on. So as I said, a bit of a momentum shift. Gavin Coombs, yeah, I didn't quite good in the right position to take that. Well, going back to some of the comments, Christian Casilla saying Munster must win. Zombie saying the team's knocked out of European competition can really just throw all they've got into these games. CK Gaming saying any over until it's over. Blaze saying let's come on, I don't want Stormers to have a home final. They must suffer. Fair enough. Well, at this stage, they will be travelling to the Aviva. They'll be travelling to Dublin unless Munster can turn around the 2-point deficit in the next 13 minutes. Now, that's down the left-hand side. You can type putting that chip in behind for Connie to chase. Well read by Mike Haley, though. And a penalty for Munster. A bit of a relief for them. "23 tackles by Josh Pinafia, by the way. 20 by Jack Conan. That kind of shows you the type of arm wrestle of a game this has been. Especially the second half. We've seen very, very little ball in hand going to the wing stuff again. We've just seen an absolute slugfest. Now Munster, speaking of slugfest, that they're more looking pretty good so far. And they do break into the shot. Keith Hurls coming across. Oh, no, that's really poor from Haley. Turnover ball. And now hammered ahead. And Josh Pinafia is giving chase. And he's chasing hard. He's chasing really hard. So Munster all the way back inside their 22. And Craig Casey, as the clock ticks into the 70 minute, 10 minutes left, does find touch. Under a lot of pressure. Munster running out of time. Running out of time. Good line out there from Leinster. Harry Byrne. Oh, that's a great run being run by Robbie Henshaw. But forward pass. They survive. As I said, Munster running out of time. Need to try and do something here. They trail by 3 points. So just a penalty will equal things. A try would put them in the lead. What do they have, though? What do they have in them? Do they have players who can really put their hands up and be a point of difference? So MC say, man, this is a game and a half. Either the best club rugby. Yeah, it has. I mean, instead, it's not been... At times, it hasn't always been the flashiest, the best skill. Look, there has been some fantastic moments, but it's just been... It's a bit like the Ulster Connacht game, where it's just a proper, it's like test match sort of intensity. And my worry almost with the Stormers is that they haven't been... And then today, for example, they got away with not being at their best, which they can't against a team like this. So, and not to say the Stormers can't do it. I think the Stormers play their best. I think they can beat any team in the world. But my worry is that the intensity that's been on display in this match, for example, the Ulster Connacht match, is not something we've seen in a Stormers game just yet. And the question is, can they cope with a sort of test match style of rugby, or can they absorb a test match style of rugby and still be able to sort of turn it up and play their own sort of brand and really sort of, say, you guys want to keep it tight, that's fine, but we can do other stuff as well. Interesting to see. What's more interesting? I need another beer. So whilst they reset the scrum, we're here again. We're moving here, people. Big scrum coming from Leinster. Huge scrum coming from Leinster. It's going to be a reset here, which suits them. Winds the clock down. By the way, people, a record attendance today at the DHL Stadium. 47,261 people. That's hell of impressive. That's an incredible crowd. That's really, really good work being done there by the Stormers. Just shy of 50,000 people in that DHL Stadium today. That's really good. Very, very cool. What's also pretty cool is the fact that we've gone past 24,900. And now the question is, where do we find our 96 subscribers? He has 25,000. Then I want to be at 30,000 before the Rugby World Cup. How's that for being nice and ambitious? We've got the Rugby Championship a couple of months. See if we can get to 30,000 after the World Cup. Who knows? Who knows what the numbers we could be getting, especially with the content we've got planned. And Munster do manage to get this ball out, and they're really behind the gain line. Chip over the top to Keith Earls. Yeah, a bit of a hospital kick there. Look at Robbie Henshaw. He's up for it. He's decided, you know what, I'm actually going to start really bringing this up here. Leinster, I tell you what. Let's just talk about Leinster for a second. They rotate. I just do like the perfect bottle cap to the bread. It's just bounced off the beer bottle straight back out. Not happy. They rotated against the Sharks, and the Sharks couldn't come close. They then opted to still rest a lot of big players. Play a second string side against Munster. Yes, Munster are missing a lot of players themselves. No Fakitoa, for example. No Conor Murray. No Arceus Snyman, to name a few. But it's just very far away from Leinster's top side. And yet, they are still 6.5 minutes away from potentially winning the semi-final and getting themselves to a final. And that's what I keep saying, and maybe it's people getting bored of me saying it, but the Leinster institution at the moment is so impressive. And Nick McCarthy is on, by the way. And penalty advantage for Leinster on the back of the scrum there. Really strong carry from Taylor now. And Harry Byrne puts the kick in behind for Crawley. They'll go back for the penalty with 6 minutes to go. This is exactly what Leinster want. Just bring that clock down, kick him behind. CK says, what if Liverpool has an off day in 2 weeks? Well, this is the thing, isn't it? You know, finals are won, tournaments are won, championships, World Cups are won by players who can step up and deliver when it counts the most. So, yeah, if he has an off day, can't make a kick, then chances are Stormers probably won't win. But that is the pressure that you have to deal with. That's the pressure that separates good from great, isn't it? That's what's so exciting about these things, is that, for example, the Stormers were so poor in that first 10 minutes, and then they turned it on like that. Leinster, who have been under pressure throughout the entire match, all of a sudden have got a line out with 5 minutes to go inside 22. A try here would pretty much seal the victory for them. And this is what makes the sort of play of rugby so exciting, is that there isn't, you can't miss an inch. Pretty strong as well off the back of their running more there. Oh, the ball's been turned over. The ball's been turned over. Right, well, there we go. Lifeline for Munster. The ball has been turned over. Really good work there. Craig Casey goes back, and Crawley will find touch. Will not find touch, in fact. Right, what does O'Brien have up his sleeve? Or was it Crawley? I think it is. Max Deegan. And the ball's come loose and gone back to Keith Earls. So turn over the ball once again. They're looking to keep it hot net. Gives it away. Munster trying to run up on their own 22. That's really good work. And the inside ball to hot net. So Harry Bird's brought him about just by the 22. Now Craig Casey spotting some space. Decides he wants to try and keep this in. Give him a bit of a chase. And under a lot of pressure here is Nick McCarthy. He needs to keep that kick in. It does stay in. Right, Munster now. Jeepers, well, that's a hell of a terrific thing to do. I think that was Mike Haley. He just decided he was just going to run straight and see what happens. Well, I'll tell you what, Frisch is just running around. Then he gets it outside to Keith Earls. Keith Earls coming back inside to Gavin Coombs. Munster not going down without a fight. Just over 3 minutes to go. And as I said, a try would win it for them. Well, it's a great line being run. Really good work this from Munster. Craig Casey out towards Haley. Hayes to John Hodnett. He goes himself, nice and physical, up into the 22. Big carry now coming from Josh Wycherley. I said a penalty as well, by the way. So any mistake here from Leinster in this sort of position could be the game. 2.5 minutes to go. Pick up and go. Munster, 20 meters, not even, but about 18 meters out. 15 to 18 meters out. Oh no, back into the pocket. Has he got it? He's got it! He's got it! I tell you what, Jack Crowley has turned immediately. He's nailed the drop goal with 2 minutes on the clock. Munster take the lead by 1 point. This is absolutely clutch. From nowhere. They've been nowhere for the last 10 minutes. All of a sudden, into the Leinster's half and bang, in front. Jeepers. What a match. What a moment. What a 2 minutes to come. Have Munster done it? Are they going to shock Leinster? Are Leinster going to crash out of the URC? Once again, they've never been in a URC final. Are Stormers going to get the home final that they dreamed of? Well, Leinster are going to kick off. They're going to have to retain it. They're going to have to retain the kickoff here. And Harry Burns stuffed that up because but they have retained it, to be fair. But kickers in front. And that's really, really, really stupid from Harry Byrne, who just faltered as he was about to kick it, as was our people in front. By the time he kicked it, and they're going to go back for I don't even think it went 10 in the end, and they're going to go back for so I'm just trying to look at this. Yeah, you see, just gets it completely wrong, and then just ends up just chipping it. Now, everybody in front and back towards the halfway line for a Munster scrum with a minute left on the clock. Anything bar a penalty for Leinster should be enough for Munster here. Have they done it? Have they done it? Well, I'll tell you what an absolutely phenomenal way to finish if it is going to be the case. Crowley has potentially put his name up in lights. And they've come away with it, Wycherley. Oh, jeepers, and he's completely sat down. I think his turn has come on. Craig Case taking all his time, just trying to look. Now Gavin Coons trying to wind the clock down here on Munster. 20 seconds left. 20 seconds left. It looks like Stormers will have a home final. One more phase. One more phase. One more phase. Nope. It's gone red. They've done it. They've done it. Leinster have crashed out. Munster are through. What a moment. What a moment. And Leinster, once again, crashed out of the URC before the final. Munster will travel down to Cape Town. Stormers will host it. Jack Crowley, take a bow. What a final. What a moment. What a weekend. Tears in their eyes at the moment for Munster. That is an absolutely mammoth performance. And Leinster, well, they took the risk. They took the risk. They rested some players. They selected a side they thought had enough. And once again, they've come up short in the URC. That's incredible. That is absolutely mental. A drop goal steals it, and Stormers will have a home final. Well, people, thank you very much. Yeah, 2 great streams, a big day ahead. We'll see you guys in 2 weeks for a home final, Stormers versus Munster in the URC. Please do smash like on the video on the way out. Please do subscribe to the channel as well. And I'll see you guys next